Club. Very interesting things are happening here. You've just seen the entertainment around, and as we speak, you can see behind me lots of fans already, out here in terms of getting ready to be part of this action. Like mentioned earlier on, the weather slightly cloudy, but a few intervals of sunshine here and there. Perfect weather for any sports event in the country. But I tell you, the fans are here. Like you can see, it's just 11 in the morning. The races proper started around 2, but they are here in big numbers. Probably I can get a comment from one or two fans just to hear what they are expecting today in terms of mzee, habari gani?
Nzuri.
Maoni yako ni yepi na matarajio yako ni lini leo katika uwanja wa Eldoret Sports Club?
Matarajio yangu ni kuona kenye kitaendelea hapo katika hii, na furaha yangu ni kuiona leo hapa katika Eldoret.
Na mbona umekuja mapema? Mbio zinaanza rasmi saa 8 mchana. Sasa uko moja kwa moja kwenye runinga ya KBC Channel 1. Umefika mapema kwa nini?
Alifika mapema, yani tulitarajia tungezuia huko nje, lakini tukaamua tufike haraka ndo tupate hiyo nafasi ya kufika hapa ndani.
Na je, kuna wanariadha ambao pengine we mwenyewe unatarajia kuwaona leo wakifanya jambo ambalo huwa kawaida wanafanya kule nje?
Kuna wengi na watarajia, lakini siwakumbuki vizuri kwa majina sasa.
Hawajui kwa majina.
Na wajua, lakini wote siwakumbuki.
Naam.
Naam.
All right, then that's just part of the action. At this point, I'm taking you back to Broadcasting House because we have the Angaza show, or just, getting ready to take over. Then after Angaza, we'll be linking up later on when the event proper starts in terms of getting ready. For now, back to you at Broadcasting House for the Angaza show. Mr. T, over to you at Broadcasting House.
Well, indeed, thank you very much, all the way from Eldoret for the National Cross Country Championship, where it's what they call the trials, and the people that get out of that as winners are going to be included in the national team for the athletics. And I tell you, the place is literally lit. We have so many groups there, traditional dancers, and the whole county just as in celebration mode for that particular event. But on this other side, you know how we do it. My name is Anthony, Mr. T. Bado niko saved kanamba kwa SIM card, just to make sure before the races begin, we also continue with our show today, and there will be a lot of linking from here to the other side in LD, because this is a national day, and it's also a national day of cross country selection, and we'll be linking on the other side. But before we get there, we'll be playing some gospel music also in this place. Bado tuko kwa race, najua hapo unasikia kuambia DJ unicheze ile song inaitwa I'm in the race. Paul Moy. Someone said, by the way, everyone is in a race, and that's why we are called the human race. So life is a race, and everyone is in a race of destiny, a race of purpose, a race of life. And that's why Paul said, I have run the race, I have finished my race. So this race is very personal. And he said, now I'm ready to be poured as a living sacrifice, behold, waiting for the prize that is set ahead of me. And of course we'll be comparing between the two races, just getting a few wisdom from this race and just looking at this other race of faith, because the principles and the wisdoms are the same. So let's just begin with a word of prayer. Our Father and our Lord, we bless your name and we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for this day that you have enabled us to be on air, to be a blessing to your children wherever they are watching us from. My God, I pray that by the speech of our mouth and even the music that we are going to play, that we are going to be a blessing to them, oh God. We dedicate this show unto you, and we declare that your presence will be upon us, and even those who are watching in their different residence. So Father, there will be a release of grace and a release of blessing. Let the words that are going to leave our mouths be the words that heaven would want us to utter. We submit and subject ourselves under your perfect will, and it is in Jesus' name we have prayed and believed. Amen. Unajua nikiwa high school, kulikuwa na hiyo story ya cross country. It was mandatory. Na mtu wangu sitaki kukudanganya, it was one of the days ulikuwa unasikia mnatoka nje au unasikia nikao unaweza lia. But there are guys who are just doing it very simply.
I was one of those guys.
Ulikuwa patriotic. Mazisi tulikuwa timu ya huko nyuma. Wale wase mmetembea, mmechoka, mnapiga story, mnaona mwalimu mnaanza kukimbia. Mtu akisikia ukipumua anaweza fikiria utaguruma. Ni vile veisha. But you know, one of the things that you may discover, you know, even just watching some of the races, the disciplines. One kwanza nime discover it is natural kuna short races. Alafu kuna long races. Alafu sasa now this one they are calling the cross country. And everyone is designed for a certain race.
True.
You'll find that there are people who are very fit for short races. There are people who are fit for long races. There are people who are fit for cross country. And for me, it's just a picture of life. That you know, there are different races in life and everyone is wired for a certain race. Everyone, kila mtu akona mechanism flani enye inaweza kuallow ufit in a certain race. And the funniest thing ni ati, saizi mtu wa short races, akipatiwa long races, haizi endure. Kwa sababu there are two things that are beginning to dictate your race.
Shida zangu zote nauliza kawanjua Yesu ama nikumsikia tu yeye atatua one by one, 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 atatua one by one. While now tangu ni bless the mic, but imebidi nirudi na Mr. Magic Mike.
Bado jina ni Manolo.
Yes it is, wacha ni add that mziki bado positive na naileta, kiza baleta tangu 5 stones baba bado naleta. Hizi shida hazijui my God is greater, na Yesu wangu vile anameremeta. So every time on my knees I pray, you give me strength for another day. Without you I don't see any other way, oh way. So every time on my knees I pray, you give me strength for another day. Without you I don't see any other way, oh way. Shida zangu zote nauliza kawanjua Yesu ama nikumsikia tu, naangalia shida.
Uko nami, hupimwi kwa siku, hupimwi kwa miaka, unatafsiri majira, uzuiwi na muda, umejawa na nguvu, ndiyo maana nakuita Baba. Moyoni mwangu najawa sifa na ujasiri, katika wewe hakuna mlima
race for the men. Those two races now known by the age category. Previously, they were known as the junior races, but now known by the proper term of the age category of those athletes. And you can see the real picture of the crowds that are here in Eldoret, all to witness the champions. It's people they meet every day, but they get that opportunity to see them. Well, they did prove that they can show up at an event and deliver quite well, and that is when the Olympic trials were held here in Eldoret at the Kipchoge Keino Stadium. 3 days of enthralling crowds that really did shake the town. So the host governor, Jackson Mandago, taking that opportunity to dance with the women who are here, and after that move up an area which is just behind the start line at these National Cross Country Championships. What's the technical thing about this course? Well, it's a very interesting course. It's flat, so to speak. The elevations are nothing to speak about, but the altitude in Eldoret and the heat and the fact that the course is quite parched is going to be quite an interesting one. Think of this, if you taking a look at the course that has got haystacks as some of the barriers, and they will have run for about 800 kilometers before they get to the first haystack. But before that, they will have to go through a mud hole. Here's the story. Last night, there were water bowsers that were brought at the place that had been marked. So the athletes knew, well, there's some bit of mud here, and what that bit of, that whole load of soil that was there, they thought, well, so we've got to go through this. This is a bit interesting. But then they brought up some water bowsers, and they just sprayed a lot of mud. That's about 700 meters into that as you take a look at that course. What else is there? Haystacks at 850 meters and at 1.1 kilometers, 1.65 kilometers, and at 1.9 kilometers. The course, 2 kilometers, and for the under 20 women, it's going to be 3 laps around it. For the under 20 men, it's 4 laps. For the senior men and the senior women, it's all 10 kilometers. That's 5 laps around it. And after that, we're going to have the mixed relays. You can see the pictures of the trophies now that have been lined up, and presentations for each race are going to be done immediately after each event. Before the other race starts, the presentations are done, and those are for the top 3. So a total of 15 trophies going to individuals for the their medals. Then you also have got the placings. The National Police Service, they have become a great force over the last 15 or so years in athletics. Previously, it was the Kenya Defense Forces. Can they get back to their group? Prison service coming up, but also look out, especially at the under 20 categories for athletes from Central Rift, North Rift, and South Rift. They always provide something, and Nairobi has also been doing that. And so remember that for the under 20s, it's always a breaking point for some of these athletes. Think of names like Jeffrey Kamworor, 2011 world champion. If you go to the records, everybody knew about a Jeffrey Kipsang. Then he decided, wait, I'm not going to be confused with the other Jeffrey Kipsang who's a marathoner. I'm going to be Jeffrey Kamworor, and it has stuck. Eliud Kipchoge, he was a world champion way back in 2003 at the under 20 level. He was a junior world champion then. Look at where they've come through. So if you look at these athletes who've broken through the ranks at under 20 level and moving up to the seniors, then there is always a story to tell. Remember that at the end of it all, the selection criteria for these athletes is simple. The first 4 past the line will get automatic places in the national team to Aarhus, Denmark, where the World Cross Country Championships will be held on the 30th of March. And the other 2, because the team has got 6 athletes in any event, will be selected by a panel of judges, and led by coaches David Letting, who's the lead coach as far as cross country is concerned. There is coach Julius Kiro, who's in charge of the senior national teams, so they're working together. And this panel of selectors is going to be headed by the director of the IAAF Regional Development Center Ibrahim Hussein Kipkemboi. That's a man who won the Honolulu Marathon. He also won the New York Marathon and turned out to be crazy. Now looking at it, so now the governors make a quick walk back to the VIP area, which could be just an indication, well, it's almost time for them to get to their seating areas, and this is after having an opportunity to meet and greet the members of the public who have been here. Going through all the exhibitors and visiting all the exhibitors is one of the things that they've decided to do as they wait for the arrival of the chief guest. And after that, they're going to have some short speeches and we can have the program running. So the traditional dancers still, entertaining the crowd there and meeting with all these dignitaries. What is it that we could be looking out for at these championships? As we see the VIPs now on the course as they do walk down, each of them having been handed a baton, and Governor Mandago with his staff indicating his position, and the section of the course where they are, that is the first 70 meters or so, and from the start position you walk down all the way down to the section that has been designated as a finishing point. That is about 200 meters. So just taking a look at it is that Governor Mandago is leading the group of dignitaries as the governors and the leadership decide to take a run towards the podium. It's something that everyone, loves, and everyone is there with the VIPs and the members of their security detail, and they are all headed to the finish line, just trying to give a ceremonial feel to everything. Well, the back marker in this case would be Athletics Kenya President Lieutenant General retired Jackson Tuwei, and so they are headed to the finish line, and well, you let the home governor win, and the Nandi County Governor Stephen Sang just behind him, and they're now going to take their places just at the dais, which is right next to that VIP area. Can see all of them getting up onto the podium and everybody getting busy trying to get an opportunity, and they will have a first-class view to the finish of this race. The setup of the finishing point and that VIP dais is such that the VIPs have got some great access to that finishing point, something that not so many people would claim to have. So there they are, they take their respective seats right there at the dais as we get ready for the start of the main program. And the program is going to start with the playing of the national anthem of the Republic of Kenya, and playing the anthem is the prison service band.
Basi baada ya wimbo wa taifa na wimbo wa Afrika Mashariki, tukisimama hivyo, Wilson namwomba Bishop Wilson Kiturui ili apate kutufungulia kwa maombi.
This speeches session, and first of all, we're going to have a session of prayer that's going to be led, and after that, the speeches program.
40, verse 30 and 31. Even though the youth shall faint and be weary, and the young men shall utterly fall, but those who wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not be faint. Let's pray together. Baba, katika jina la Yesu, jina lipitalo majina yote, tunakushukuru na tunasema ni asante. We want to thank you, oh God, for the gift of life and talents that you've given unto us as Kenyans and the international community. We want to thank you and worship you and say, Lord, that thank you for blessing Kenya. Thank you for blessing each and every soul. And in this moment, we want to pray. Even as we begin this very important exercise, we pray, oh God, that you may lead us and protect us and be glorified in every event. For this, we thank you for every member and every visitor. Lead us as we begin and give us the end. For this is our humble prayer. In Jesus' name, amen.
Basi, asante sana Bishop. Basi, wakiketi kwenye wenzangu.
Basi, asante sana Bakari. Natumai ya kwamba muda umeyoyoma sasa. We are about now to really start the main events. Kumbuka bado tuko kama dakika 21 ili shindano la kwanza liweze kuanza, na kama vile tumesema ni kwamba baadhi ya wageni wetu mashuhuri ambao wamefika hapa siku ya leo. Kumbuka haya ni mashindano ya kitaifa, ambayo kusema kweli uwanja huu umefurika furifuri. We've had can I have a look at the spectators actually who are here. We have a lot of people today who have turned up for this very, very important occasion, which is being done for the first time since the name of Kenya Amateur Athletics Association was changed to Athletics Kenya. Today we are doing it for the first time here in the city of champions, that is Eldoret. And bearing in mind that all the governors who are here today, out of the 47 governors, we have the governor, the host governor was in Gishu, the Honorable Mandago, the Honorable Tolgos, the Honorable Kiptis, Honorable Khaemba, the Honorable Professor Chepkwony. They are all here today to create this a very important occasion in the calendar of Athletics Kenya. And today we are going to pick the team that will represent Kenya in the World Cross Country in Denmark come next month. So today is the big day for us here.
Basi, at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, nitamkaribisha
Kennedy Tanui ili apate kuendelea na ratiba kuanzia hapo. Karibu sana Bwana CEO.
Asante sana Bwana Bakari. Guests of honor, Your Excellency is present. All protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. We are now going to a very brief part of the day, which is speeches. And now, up on the stage, we want to welcome the Chairman Central Rift, who is also the Chairman of the meet, Abraham Mutai, to make his maiden speech, and welcome the President, Athletics Kenya, to make his speech. Abraham Mutai.
Basi, ile muziki upande ule mwingine usimamishwe tafadhali at the start. Hiyo music isimamishwe tafadhali.
Your Excellency, the Governor, Governors present, Ministers who are here from the county government, President Athletics Kenya, sponsors who are with us. I want to take this opportunity as the local organizing committee chairman to welcome everybody here for today's event. This is the first event that we are hosting outside Nairobi, and it is for the first time that the Central Rift has had the privilege to host this event. President Athletics Kenya, we want to thank you as a region for the opportunity that we've been given so that we host this event, and we want to say that the event is looking good. Governor Uasin Gishu, we want to thank you, and all the other governors from Nandi, Keyo Marakwet, and Baringo for hosting this event and making sure that the event is a success. At this point, and because of time, I want to ask the President Athletics Kenya to come forward and make his speech. Karibu Bwana President.
Thank you very much, Abraham Mutai. Your Excellencies, the governors who are here today, I can see we are very lucky to have the biggest number of governors in our event here. You are all welcomed. Governor Uasin Gishu, Your Excellency Jackson Mandago, who is the host, all invited guests, athletes, exhibitors, traditional dancers. I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of Athletics Kenya to welcome all of you to this event, which is our vast event in the new season of 2019. It is yet another day and another occasion when we have come together to select a team for the World Cross Country that will take place in Aarhus, Denmark, on the 30th of March, which is next month, in Denmark. So we have all come to witness and see how the team is going to be selected. We in Athletics Kenya, we want to take this opportunity to thank the counties and the regions of Athletics Kenya who have prepared their teams to come and compete today. Today we are going to have teams from 12 regions of Kenya and 4 institutions. Those are KDF, National Police Service, Kenya Prison Service, and the universities. That makes 16 teams that are going to compete. But then we have also invited as our guests Kenya Wildlife Service on observation. And we also have the refugee team which trains at Ngong. So we are therefore going to have 18 teams, but the competing teams are 16. And we are going to select 30 athletes, that is 6 in every category, to go and represent this country in those categories. Those categories are junior women who are going to run 6 kilometers. When we say junior women, are those who are below 20 years. junior men who are also below 20 years going to run 8 kilometers, and senior women going to run 10 kilometers, and then senior men also going to run 10 kilometers, and then the mixed relay. Those are the events that are going to be competed this afternoon. We want to say that we have followed the devolution system of government as well to support what the government has done in terms of hosting events outside Nairobi. So this is the first time that Athletics Kenya has brought this event outside Nairobi, and the first event that is taking place now is here in Uasin, Gishu, Eldoret, the city of champions. I would like to thank the governors who have supported this event and hosted, and those are the governors of Nandi, which is the source of champions, Elgeyo Marakwet, the home of champions, and Uasin Gishu, the city of Eldoret, the city of champions. Thank you very much for hosting this event here. I would like to take this opportunity also to welcome all the stakeholders, all the athletics lovers who have come out this afternoon to come and witness what we are doing here. And therefore, without wasting a lot of time, we want to say we are very happy to be here. We are very excited as Athletics Kenya, and we believe that we are going to have a very good day, an enjoyable day. Please, I would like everybody to enjoy the event, starting from the athletes themselves, the officials, the spectators, all the dignitaries, so that we can enjoy this event. We hope that at the end of it all, we will have the next host, because we would like to announce the next host today that is going to host the same event next year. So with those few remarks, I say thank you once again, and I welcome the governor of Uasin Gishu, who is the host, to conduct the next program. Your Excellency, Jackson Mandago, the governor of Uasin Gishu. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, the President of Athletics Kenya, my colleague, governors, deputy governors who are here. We have the governor for Turkana, His Excellency Governor Nanok. Today we have also been joined by His Excellency Patrick Haemba, the governor for Trans Nzoia. We've been joined by the governor for Baringo, His Excellency Stanley Kipchis. We have our rival and a serious competitor, His Excellency Alex Tolgos, Elgeyo Marakwet County. We've been joined by Professor Paul Chepkwony, the governor for Kericho County. My source, they only feed me with all the athletes, His Excellency Stephen Sang, the governor for Nandi. We have our Indian Eye Commissioner to Kenya, His Excellency Rahul Shabra, with us. We have the Deputy Governor for Nakuru County, Dr. Korir, also with us. We have Honorable Tuitaek, the MP for Mogotio. We have Honorable Kandie, the MP for Baringo Central. We have Honorable Kisang, the MP for Marakwet West. We have CCs from more than 10 counties, and I think it is good you stand up CCs, Kurgat Wapio list your CCs, at least, and chief officers. We have a CC for sports for Kisii County, and Kisii will be hosting the next event. So wamekuja hapa kubenchmark. Lakini mkuja mweka kambi huko, bure tutakuja kuchukua vitu yote kutoka Kisii. Na watu ya doping waangalia kama matoke iko na dawa, juu tutakula yote huko safari hii. Tuko na waziri kutoka Kirinyaga County, Waziri Dennis. Thank you very much for coming. Tuko na CC Nyandarua County. Asante sana waziri. Tuko na CC wa Nandi County. Asante sana. Tuko na CC wa Elgeyo Marakwet County. Asante sana. Tuko na CC wa Vihiga County. Asante sana. Tuko na CC wa Baringo County, asante sana. Tuko na CC wa West Pokot County, asante sana. Tuko na CC wa Trans Nzoia County, asante sana. Tuko na Chief Officer kutoka Garissa County. Pigie makofi. Kutoka Garissa mpaka hapa, my friend, is not a joke. Hiyo ni cross country, amemaliza race by the time he arrived. We have CC Engineer Maritime katika county yetu ya Uasin Gishu, Dr. Emily Kogos wa trade. We've also been joined by our honorable speaker, Mr. DK Kiplagat. He's also here with us. I know we also have the CEO, Sports Kenya, Wana Meto, na tuko na CEO wa ADAC, Wana Rugut. I know we also have directors of various boards. And we have all our legends here. Wale walikimbia miaka zingine. Na tuko na waziri kutoka county ya Mombasa. Asante sana waziri. Kwa hivyo, kwanza kabisa mimi nataka kuchukua nafasi hii kushukuru Athletics Kenya wakiongozwa na President General Retired Tuwei kwa kuchagua hii Central Rift na hasa county ya Uasin Gishu kuhost the National Cross Country Trials. Hii ni mara ya kwanza ambayo National Cross Country Trials inafanyika nje ya Nairobi, kuchagua team ambayo itawakilisha Kenya kule Denmark hapo March. Na mimi nataka kuambia wale wote mmekuja kujumuika na sisi kutazama mbio hizi ya kuwa mumesafiri hadi Denmark na kurudi bila kutoka hapa Eldoret. Kwa sababu wale wataenda kushinda Denmark ni wale watachaguliwa hapa leo. Na kwa hivyo tunataka kushukuru sana. And we want to assure you, all these county governments you see here have committed to support sports. Na sisi tutaendelea kufanya kazi na nyinyi. Mimi nataka kuambia pia President ya AK, county hizi hasa za North Rift, kila county sasa inajenga camps za training, ili serikali isaidie wale wanariadha ambayo bado hawajafuzu wapewe hizo ujuzi. Na tumekubaliana na governors wenzangu hawa, all these retired athletes have a lot of talent, they have experience, and we want them to help us in running and managing these training camps. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka kushukuru sana na niwaambia asanteni sana. Leo hatutaki maneno ya tuongee mingi kwa sababu tunataka kuona nani ataenda kutuletea kikombe kutoka Denmark. Mtaniruhusu tu kwa sababu hawa governors wamefika hapa, itakuwa tu vizuri wakuja hapa mbele waonekane, kwa sababu tukimaliza kukimbia hakuna kuongea. Mtu anamaliza anashika kombe yake na kutafuta tikiti ya kwenda Denmark. And by the way, nyinyi wananchi pia mnaweza enda Denmark kuangalia riadha. Kuna hii perception wanafikiri ati kusafiri huko ngambo pia ni pesa mingi. Ni pesa mingi ndio, lakini si mingi sana. Hasa kama umefika miaka 50 na watoto wamemaliza shule, anza kukula pesa yako nani? Unawekea nani? Pana ndege kwenda ona athletics Denmark na urudi, na uende na mama, na mama uende na mzee. It can cost not more than 200,000. Umeenda Denmark for a week, umeangalia riadha, umefanya tourism na umerudi. We also want to encourage Kenyans to go and cheer their teams even when they are running in international platforms. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka kuambia wananchi wa hapa county ya Uasin Gishu, kwanza wakulima wangu, wale watoto wamemaliza shule, you are 60 years, uko na mali yako, wewe anza kutembea dunia hii. Wacha kuweka mali tunawekea watoto, kila mtu akule jasho yake. Karibu mheshimiwa Ulenganai. Kwa hivyo mimi sita kusema kuzidi hapo. Nafikiri governors wamesema hawana maneno mingi, wanataka kungojea maneno mbio kwa sababu pia tunatarajia mgeni wetu rasmi leo, Mheshimiwa Naibu ya Rais atafika hapa baadaye ili ajumuike na zote tushiriki kwenye hii mbio ya cross country. Ya mwisho ni kuhimiza wanariadha, tumekubaliana kama serikali za county na tutafanya kazi na nyinyi ADAC. Hii maneno ya doping, we want to make sure it comes to an end. We want our athletes to run clean all the time. Na wizara ya sports, na nimeona CEO ya Sports Kenya hako hapa. Sisi kama counties ya hapa North Rift, kuna viwanja ambavyo serikali kuu ilianza maneno ya ujenzi. uwanja wa Kipchoge Keino hapa Eldoret haijakamilika. Tunataka wizara wafanye juu chini, hii kiwanja ikamilike. Kuna uwanja wa Kamarin ilianzisha na wizara, tunataka kiwanja ya Kamarin ikamilishwe. Kuna kiwanja ya Kapsabet Kipchoge Keino. Sisi kaunti hizi in the near future mkitusaidia kukamilisha hii viwanja, we want to bid for one international event that will be run. Ngine inafanyika Kapsabet, ngine itakuwa inafanyika hapa, na ngine itakuwa inafanyika kule Kamarin Iten. Kwa hivyo tunaomba wizara muhakikishe hii viwanja imeisha. Ya mwisho pia, kama waziri wa sports angekuwa hapa, and since we have national government officers who are here, tuliona juzi muliweka directors ya board ya sports Kenya, na mimi nataka kuambia wabunge wetu waenda waulize itakuwaje parastatal ambaye inasimamia mbio hakuna hata director moja kutoka hii North Rift. Kuna wanariadha hapa wameretire, they can be directors. We have Patrick Sang, he has been a CEC, he is an international acclaimed coach, trainer and tactician. We have of course kina Kipchoge Keino, wacha wapumzike, we don't want kusumbua. Lakini I know kuna Benjamin Limo hapa, kina John Ngugi. Ngugi, kwanza simama, ni mara yangu ya kwanza kuona wewe live direct namna hii. Lakini nimekuona kama mahati. Tuko na watu kama kina John Ngugi. Kwa nini tusikue na wale walikuwa na riadha wakiwa kwa hiyo sports parastatal kama madirector? Hii maneno ya kuweka watu who have no idea of what they are going to do ati kwa sababu watu wanapewa kazi. I think it is time we also give jobs to people who understand that profession. Ndio unaona maneno ya athletics pato inaenda mzuri. Athletics Kenya na hao wanariadha wameshikilia kwa muda mrefu. Ukiona maneno ya football tunahangaika kwa sababu wale wanachaguliwa ati KFF sijui nini. Wewe unatoka kuchunga ng'ombe yako huko, unaambiwa wewe ni delegate kuanzia branch. Unafika kwa county unachaguliwa chairman. You have no idea what football is. You have no idea what management of football is. You have no interest. You want to sit in a board just to draw allowances. I'm asking my president to review that list na watusaidie waweke at least some of these sportsmen to sit in that board. Itasaidia in a long way to streamline some of the things. Kwa hivyo asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki, na waja sasa tuendelee mbele kwa program. Asanteni sana. General.
Asante sana Your Excellency Governor Mandago. Wakati kabla hatujaendelea, let me introduce the athletes who are here so far so that you can see and you can witness. Dr. Kipchoge Keino, tafadhali simama. Those of you who Dignitary Kipchoge Keino.
Nilisahau kitu kidogo. Please, you will give me. Niko na my MCAs who are here. Waheshimiwa simameni na MCAs from other counties. Yes. Tuko na Jento nominated, tuko na Mheshimiwa Ngetich kutoka Kosrai kule Nandi, tuko na Mheshimiwa Misoi, member ya sports committee, Mheshimiwa Tenai ambaye ni deputy whip, tuko na Mheshimiwa Fred MCA ya Kapsabet town, na huyo mtu ni mtu ya bidii kwa hiyo secondary waitare yako kwa primary. Tuko na Mheshimiwa Samora Masen. Asante sana.
Thank you, Your Excellency. So, Dr. Kipchoge Keino, huyo ndio alianzisha wakati wa 1968 mpaka leo. Asante sana. Moses Kiptanui, huyo ndio alikuwa champion wa 3000 meters steeplechase. Moses Tanui, huyo ndio alikimbia mpaka 5000, 10000 na marathon. John Ngugi, huyu ndio alikuwa mtu ya kwanza tangu Kenya iingie world cross country kushinda 5 times in consecutively, sorry. So ameshinda 5 times. The other person ambaye ameshinda 5 times who is not here is Paul Tergat. So they are the only Kenyans who have won 5 times. We have Ben Jipcho. I don't think he's here. Oh, Mzee Jipcho, yes, from Mount Elgon. Ben Jipcho, what year? 1968. wakilete gold huko. Tuko na Vivian Cheruyot, Pocket Rocket, ako hapa. Vivian Cheruyot, alikuwa at New York the other day. Well done. The only lady who has won 5,000, 10,000 in one championships in Daegu, Korea. Well done. Matthew Birir, Barcelona, gold medalist in the Olympics. Well done. Thank you very much. Patrick Sang, I think the governor talked about you. I don't have to add anything. Congratulations. Benjamin Limo. Where is Benjamin Limo? I think he's somewhere else. Kibruto, Amos Kibruto. Amos Kibruto, this is the latest number 2 from Berlin, ambaye alikuwa number 2 to Eliud Kipchoge in the marathon. Well done, congratulations. Eliud Kipchoge, I think maybe he has not arrived. Professor Mike Boyd. Professor Mike Boyd is one of the greatest athletes ambaye alikuwa nakimbia na kina Juan Torena from Cuba, Samani. The only athlete who has gone through the education program, and now he is a professor. Congratulations, Professor Boyd. Among so many others, tafadhali nani bado kusema? Iko the YouTube man. Naitwa Julius Yego, ambaye ni mtu ya Muguki. Nani mwingine? Sorry? Sally Barsosho, she is here. The first lady to win in the World Championships, huko Paris. Well done, congratulations. Bwana Komen, Ezekiel Komen, Daniel Komen, he is still holding the record of 3,000 meters in the junior category. Congratulations. And he has got all the others. Wapi Baba Yao? Ezekiel Kimboy, maybe he's not here. And others who will. Ibrahim Hussein, the father of, where is Ibrahim? Ibrahim Hussein, the father of marathons in this country. He is the one who has won in Honolulu, he has won in Chicago, he has won in Boston, he has won in New York. Well done, Ibrahim. Baba yao iko hapa. Ezekiel Kimboy. Well done, congratulations. 3,000 meter steeplechase. World and Olympic champion. Those who will come later, maybe we'll introduce you. Finally, Your Excellencies, before we start the event, allow me to thank our sponsors. We have got very committed sponsors who have come here, who have sponsored this event. Lotto Foundation. Muko hapi tafadhali Lotto. Thank you very much and welcome. We value your sponsorship. Wapi Toyota Kenya. Toyota, have they arrived? Well done. Thank you so much, Toyota Kenya. Kenya Pipeline. Kenya Pipeline, muko hapo. Thank you so much for sponsoring this event. We have got Skyward. Skyward, Your Excellency, wamepeana. Where is Skyward? I can see so many kofias, Skyward. Wapi mutu ya Skyward? Oh, she's here. Mumepeana how many tickets? Free? 15 air tickets to Nairobi and back. Free. For those who will win later on. Not for the athletes, but for the spectators and others. We'll tell you how we are going to select, of course, through this. And then we have got Kenya Seed Company. Thank you very much. I hope watu watapanda mahindi, sijui nasikia pande iko avocado na nini, vitu kama hiyo. So I hope you are still continuing with the right seed. Thank you very much. Have I forgotten anybody else? Nasikia Rivertex, maybe next time they will also come in a big way. Thank you so much. Paramount Bank. Natuko na Amaco, sorry, I almost forgot you, Amaco. RBA, this is Ibrahim Hussein. He is now the director of African Athletics Development Center in Nairobi. It used to be called Regional Development Center. KCC, KBC Channel 1. KBC Channel 1. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Inspector General of Police, Bwana Boynet. Karibu sana, Inspector General. Thank you for coming and welcome. With those few remarks now, I think we have done the other bit. Let us now start the main event, the championship, the competition that is going to take place, and the start point is going to be right there, and then they will go round. The first team or the first competition. They will start there, the junior women. They will go around 3 times because one loop is 2 kilometers. So they will go 3 loops because they are junior and they are under 20. The next team will be under 20 junior men. They will go 4 times. And then thereafter, we will have senior women and senior men. They will go 5 times. Allow me to recognize also I've seen the Registrar of Sports, Rose ako hapa. That is the Registrar of Sports in Kenya. Thank you very much, Rose. We would like to thank also CAS FM for being here and reporting on this event. Thank you very much. Let us now start the action. Okay? Thank you very much. Let's now go back to the field. Thank you.
Mwaniki, take over.
Basi tunashukuru hotuba viongozi wetu ambao wametupa hotuba. Kwa sasa ni shindano la kilomita 6 kwa wasichana chipukizi. Na kwa sasa napewa taarifa kwamba tayari wamefika katika ile sehemu ya quorum number 2 ili kuletwa hapa mbele ya jukwaa na kuweza kupita kuelekea katika sehemu ya kuanzia shindano hilo la kilomita 6 kwa wasichana chipukizi.
Kumbuka Mwaniki, wanariadha hawa tunafuata zile sheria za kimataifa IAAF rules, na kuna muda wa kuweza kutoka quorum ya kwanza kuingia quorum ya pili, kisha kupita hapa mbele jukwaa hili na mgeni wetu wa heshima na kuelekea moja kwa moja hadi mahali ama ukipenda eneo la kuanzia mbio hizi.
Athletics Kenya President Lieutenant General retired Jackson Tuwei. We also had the Governor of Uasin Gishu County, Jackson Mandago, and the Governor Jackson Mandago, speaking on behalf of all the governors. The others have decided that, they will not, speak much today, but witness the action. And also from Abraham Mutai, who's in charge of this region, which is the Central Rift region, which is hosting the National Cross Country Championships. These championships just about to start, and so the under 20 women, they are ready to go to their starting position. So they are the ones who everyone is waiting for. It will be for them to make their movement, and that is from the second call room past the main dais and go to the starting point. 3 loops around this course that has been set up at the Eldoret Sports Club. And there are 5 obstacles. 3 of them are haystacks, which just look like mini hurdles, and there is a mud pit that has been set up, and that mud pit is they're going to keep that. And at the end of it all, you can see the crowd that is just there, just outside the exhibition areas, as they're trying to push through that. So So 3 laps for the under 20 women, 4 laps for the under 20 men, and 5 laps each for the senior men and senior women. And then there's going to be the mixed relay, 2 men and 2 women. It's going to be a battle of wits. How do you plan that relay team? The universal relay, as it's called, and that's how it is right now. That is the starting point for this race. And 2, they will run straight down and take a loop. And how this course has been designed is that if you are to move from the starting point and finish the course and complete it, it comes to 2.13 kilometers. But there is a way the loop has been redesigned such that by the end of it all, if you do the senior men's 10-kilometer race, you will have run just for a just slightly over 10 kilometers. I think the excess is just about 20 meters. Tried to work it out. So it's basically a proper 10-kilometer course. So every loop is different and has been balanced out for all the athletes.
Basi bila shaka muda usio mrefu sasa, chini ya dakika kama 6 hivi, tutakuwa tukipokea timu ya chini ya miaka 20 upande wa kinadada, ambao itakuwa ni shindano ya kwanza hapa, 6 kilometers girls under 20.
So the course itself, the dance is just about 200 meters from the start, and then there is a slight elevation just about from the 450 meter to the 490 meter mark, and at 650 meters just another elevation, and that's where it gets to the highest point of the course. That's about 6 meters off the general elevation. The mud pit is at 720 meters, and then just after that the first set of haystacks, and then just after they get past some football goal posts, they will have hit the 1 kilometer mark. After that, another set of haystacks. They go after some rugby posts, go behind some goal posts. There's another set of haystacks, and then the course dips just about another 5, starts going down another 5 meters from that point. And towards that, when they're parallel to this starting point, they will be at 1.8 kilometers on the course. So there'll be another 200 meters, a set of haystacks under some rugby posts, and towards the finish. That is how the course has been set out. And right now are the teams as they make their way. So we've got the under 20 women, and I can take you through the starting list. So Central represented so they've got Esther Mudhoni, Esther Wamboi, Susan Wanjiko, Rosemary Mudhoni, and Jacqueline Mudhoni, and Chalabatin Kandugo. So that is the first team. This next team that's passing by in front of the dais, they've got Lydia Jeruto, Betty Jepkimoy, Rose Leader Jepketer, Immaculate Jepkirui, Judy Jepkoech, and Cynthia Nalare representing Central Rift, and this is basically their home turf. Ruth Kaige, Difroda Ngate, Sharon Mutoki, Shukran Juma, Desma Chepkoech, and Cynthia Chepngeno representing the coast. Then Eastern have got Mercy Chepkurui, Lucy Mwende, Immaculate Nyango, Josephine Wanjiko, Eunice Boke, and Mary Motaro. Dolphin Omare, Jane Gatti, Christine Jesiro, Diana Cherotich, Betty Chalangat, Margaret Chacha, representing Nyanza South. Up and for Nyanza North, they've got Fancy Cherono. You've got to fancy her as as a young one. Sheila Chebet, Joan Chepkosgei, Pamela Tieno, Nandi Chepchi, Emily Cheng, all representing Nyanza North. Northeastern has got 2 athletes, that's Anastasia Chepngetich and Doreen Jebet. Feliciana Kanda, Agnes Jebet, Winnie Kimutai, Vivian Cheruyot, not the pocket rocket, Alea Kibet, and Masi Cherop, all representing North Rift. Enit Moses, Masi Chepkorir, Zena Chemutai, Anna Nalisisho, Sharon Chepkeme, Sharon Chepkurui, representing Nairobi, Agnes Mwikali, Janet Giva, Jennifer Mwende, Christian Danu, Pauline Mbide, and Mbide, all representing South. And South Rift has Beatrice Chebet, Japhnet Chepkoet, Deborah Chemutai, Jacqueline Rotich, Karen Chebet, Edna Jebitok, and Hilda Lemoy. Universities represented by Agnes Mumbwa, Jacinta Ndila, Evelyn Mutuli, Sharon Danu, and Dorcas Kanini. The following affiliates do not register women for the under 20, the Kenya Defence Forces, the National Police Service, and prisons. And you all have got to understand that it's not easy for them to keep tabs on under 20 athletes. It's not the easiest thing for them to do. So the athletes, they're all assembled at that starting point. By the time you join the police service and you're just over 18, then what happens? You serve. You go train for just over a year, then suddenly you're not eligible to compete as an under 20 anymore. So there they are to the starting point. The interesting thing is, even road running and cross country has got false starts. So they're going to be waiting for that gun as each of the athletes who are leading sides, 6 of them, the maximum entry per event. All the athletes are lined up and now ready to start. Remember, the rule here, as far as team selection is concerned, is the first 4 pass the line and 2 who will be selected by a panel of coaches based on their current form. So those are the regulations, and they're going to abide by that. In simple terms, the 2 are wild cards, as they are simply known. So we are all waiting for the start of this race.
Mtangazaji mwenzetu kule starting point, tunakupata kwa njia iliyo safi kabisa na unaweza kuendelea. Huyo ni mwenzetu akiongea kule katika eneo la kuanzia mbio. Steve Mwaneki ambaye atakuwa akitueleza mambo yanavyojiri huko eneo la kuanzia.
Just a confirmation that all those athletes who are there and their bib numbers are confirmed.
Kina dada chini ya miaka 20.
And the race has started, and they make the sprint downhill at the start of this race. Still huddled together. Nobody has broken away from this leading pack. It takes about 1 lap at this level for them to break away. So all these athletes all looking for that grand opportunity to represent the country in Aarhus, Denmark, the World Cross Country Championships, which will be held on the 30th of March 2019. So already look out for athletes like Lydia Cheruto and Dolphin Omari. They have those are the athletes who won the second who were top at the second Athletics Kenya cross country meeting series. They had 4 of them. There was one in Kapskonyi, which is usual, all Kalau. There was one in Kisii in Nairobi. So right now they're still huddled together on this winding course. And right now, they've done just about 400 meters. That's the first time when you get through that slight dip on the course. And after that, it's just a slight elevation as they get to the 650-meter mark. And it is when it gets interesting as the athletes now start to spread out, and their rhythm is going to be bogged down by a mud pit. Well, if you're wondering where the mud pit is, you will see some people who are on some, firefighting tracks, and that's where the mud pit is. You can see them going up that hill. That's the first of the elevations that has been marked on the course, and that elevation just changes, the whole setup of the course as it tends to rise by another 6 meters. So 600 meters down, 700 meters as they go around that section towards the area where their funds just behind them, and there are the firefighting trucks. So it's at that point they will go through the halfway point, and at the far end where you can see that forested area, the whole school end of this cross-country course, as you would identify it, that's where you would see the athletes as they try get through.
Which of course is fairly high compared to the Mombasa County. And Mombasa County also is an household in athletics. We've also had the greatest sprinters also coming from Mombasa, including the lady Saravina and Down, came from that place. Of course, he won a gold.
So the athletes now having gone past the 1.1 kilometer mark and going through the haystacks that are the far end of that course, and everybody waiting, for them to go through this. Well, that's the slight dip. That's at the 1.7 kilometer mark. That's 700. It's about 600 meters away from where the athletes are at the moment. And so the leading pack, you will be seeing them as they come through to that area. You can see our journalists. We're trying to keep up with the athletes as they go around this course. 4 minutes 12 so far on this dusty course. Well, some cloud cover coming over, but remember that to the far end, then you've got the athletes coming. So we've got the leading pack, and we can see them now coming through, where they will go through some of the other obstacles that have been set up on the course. So there they are, in 1.6 kilometers down. There's still a lot of running for them to do as they go around and try to get in. There are marshals on the course to ensure that athletes stick to their path.
South Rift, North Rift, Central, Western, South.
As you can see some of the haystacks that are there, and the back markers, you can see them. As now the leading pack are going going around the area where they'll go through some of those posts. It's a winding course, a little bit deceptive if you're not able to catch up with your rhythm, or you just let some of the little obstacles that have been put up on the course to disturb you. That is one of the few down areas on the course outside of the starting area, and now they will be going to complete one lap as they come down 200 meters to that point. They're now parallel with the starting area. That's where you can see all the athletes who are there. We will be giving you the names of the leading pack. As you see them going around, as they go over those haystacks which have been set up as obstacles. And already the Central Rift team making their presence felt as they come round towards the end of the first lap of this under 20 6-kilometer junior women's race. And the leading group are from South Rift: Beatrice Jebet, Janet Jepkoech, and Deborah Chemtai. They've got bib 62, 63, 64. You can see them as they've done one lap, 6 minutes 55 for the first lap. Not a bad time considering that they're running heavy at altitude. Can these three girls from Central Rift change everything? Also keeping up with them is Susan Wanjiku from Central, who's got bib number 3. How fast can she hold up as the leading pack, we can see, has broken away and the field is beginning to stagger. Round they go towards those fire trucks. Well, just behind those firefighting tracks is a mud pit that is meant to slow them down. So if you look at the course and you see that it is coached, then you'll see something different. And already the heat and the humidity around here has taken its toll, as one of the athletes has already fainted, so she cannot compete any further, and she's getting medical attention. Looks like she's injured, so there they are. Back to the leading pack. Up front, we've got Chebet, Chepkoech, Chemutai. As they go round, also, we've got Fancy Cherono from Nyanza, who's catching up with them, and already looks like she's from Nyanza North, and she's picking up the pace. Round they go, and 2.4 kilometers done. They still have got some distance to go, and it's now down to 6 as they head towards the mud pit that is at the far end of this course, and that's where it gets really tricky. It can slow you down because it adds some weight to your running spikes, changes the rhythm. And South Rift dominating this with 4 athletes. Nyanza North look like they've got 2. So those are the backmarkers who you can see here as they get into their second lap. And the group that you've just seen there is of Rose Mudhoni and Jacqueline Mudhoni from Central. On your screen right now, representing Western, Sheila Cherono. And just behind her is Miriam Chebet. So the Western team in those light blue singlets or trailing. Backmarkers from Nyanza North, that's Sheila Chebet, who was there, and she just missed that. So how fast can these athletes run as everybody tries to make their way? 10 minutes into the race, that's around the midway point. 3 kilometers in, there's still 3 more kilometers to be done. Jacqueline Chepkoech from Nakuru finished 5th at the second cross-country meeting that was held in Orkalau in Nyandarua County. So she already has made her presence felt in the junior cross-country circles here in Kenya. So that's just part of it, and you can see that the crowd is all out there and they've marked out everything. Or one person who's everyone's looking out for is Winnie Kim Mutai, Emakile Chepkuru, and Monica Chirchir. All from Central Rift. What can they offer at this cross-country event? So the athletes going around that uphill part of the course, which has got some great elevation as the course, and the athletes now beginning to spread out wide. There's going to be a breakaway. Already they've done half of the course that is there, and some will start to get lapped. Just like you can see, there is one back marker. Her pace says a lot about our position on this course. The crowd all observing these athletes as they snake their way around this winding course, all waiting for that leading group. After this lap, it's going to be a run for it. And there is the first athlete going over the haystacks that form part of the obstacles on this course, having broken away from the rest of the competition. Are we going to see another national champion being made here and one for the future? So it is Beatrice Chebet who is leading at the moment. Beatrice Chebet, she's representing South Rift. So there she is, all alone. She's broken away from the rest of the crowd as she makes her way around that bend. By the time she's done with this second lap, and she's got a gap that is quite huge. She's created a gap of about 20 meters or so. All the athletes trying to catch up with her, and that is quite a run from her. So, there are the backmakers as we wait for Beatrice Chebet to show up. Look out for her. Beep number 62. Deciding to show that she's got some real style. They always say that cross country is the best thing that would happen to an athlete early in the season before they embark on their track event. And remember, the track season starts just about 2 months, especially the heavily competitive one. It starts 2 months after the cross-country season. There's a crowd as we wait for Chebet to show up. Our pictures just in front of that area, having obliterated this crowd. 15 minutes 30.77 seconds she clocked on the 10th of July last year as she won the World Under-20 Championships in Tampere, Finland. And guess what? That World Under-20 Championships will be coming to Kenya. They will be coming to Kenya next year. We'll hold out for that. In 2019, Kenya hosted that championship. So now, waiting for the race leader, Beatrice Chebet, to show up, and there she is, making her way through the final 300 meters as she goes round, going through the obstacles and beating them one by one. It's a rather flat course, I've got to say. The haystacks are just there to change the rhythm, but you can see from Beatrice Chebet that she's made it clear. Going for the national championship at the under-20 level in women's cross-country. She's making her way around the course, and she's got just about 3 or more turns to make. One to her left, another to her right, which is dip, and then one smooth left, and now will be it. She goes over the final set of haystacks, and that's an indication that she's just 200 meters to the finish. Beatrice Chebet, 19 minutes 15 on the clock. Well, cross-country times, really don't mind because of the different because every course is different. None is identical to another. It's a distance that matters, but just look at this now. The gap is so huge. The second-placed athlete is about 100 meters behind. So it is the lady who last year dominated 3,000 meters in Eldoret at under 20 level. She did win the Cabernet road race, finishing 5th, and there she is. Last year at the Nationals in Nairobi, it wasn't the greatest of it for her, but Beatrice Chebet, the world under 20 champion, is there, and she does finish the race in 20 minutes 1 second. That's just by my timing, and she is the first one to pick a ticket to Aarhus, Denmark. And wow, that is Beatrice Chebet. And who are taking second and third? And taking second place in this women's event is Betty Jepkemoi. And third place, this is confirmed, and that is number 65. That is Jacqueline Rotich. So the 3 in order of finishing: Beatrice Chebet, Betty Jepkemoi, and Jacqueline Rotich. That is the women's under 26 kilometer race, and I know that my league Amfarapidi is on standby, ready to speak to the race winner, and you can see the effects of this cross-country event. It was scorching. 20 minutes over that distance is something that nobody, would really want to go through again. So waiting for that moment at which Amfarapid will be there. As you can see, the medics being rushed in so that they can, get the athletes some medical attention. As we see Winnie Kimutai just walking past, and you can see that it was really tough for them. So after this, we're also going to have the presentation ceremony for the under 20 women's 6-kilometer race. That's how it has been planned, and that's how it's going to do. Amphara PD is standing with Beatrice Chebet down at the finish line. Let's go over to Ampha.
The race that has just concluded, that is the 6-kilometer junior women's race. Congratulations, the winner there is Beatrice Chebet. Beatrice, pongezi sana kwa kushinda mbio ya leo.
Asante.
Mbio imekuwa namna gani?
Haikuwa mbaya, ni kitu yenye inakuwa challenging sana ni obstacles yenye waliweka, especially hiyo ya matope. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa ngumu.
Matope, hizo obstacles wameweka, mbio imekuwa ngumu. Na je, hali anga imekuwa muhimu kwako ama imekuwa namna gani?
Kuna upepo mwingi sana, lakini ni hali ya kuvumilia tu.
Sasa kulingana na mazoezi ambayo ulifanya, unaona kila kitu imeenda kulingana na mipangilio yako?
Kwanza ningependa kumshukuru coach wangu kwa usaidizi wake. Amenisaidia tangu nianze mazoezi, na preparation yangu ya cross country ilikuwa mzuri because venye niliona nilianza hii season hii kwamba ni juu ya support yenye coach amenisaidia, na kina sister yangu Sandra Felix Chebe wamenisaidia sana, na advice yenye coach ananipea pamoja na discipline yenye inanisaidia.
Sasa umefuzu, umepata tikiti ya kuelekea kule Aarhus, Denmark, kuwakilisha nchi ya Kenya. Je, matumaini yako ni yapi kuelekea kule Denmark?
Matumaini yangu ni kwenda kuleta gold. Mimi na focus kwa gold, na zaidi napenda encourage wenzangu wenye wameweza pia nao kukata timu ya kwenda huko, na waambia tuende na tungangane tulete hizo medals, na wenye hawakukata wasi lose hope. Bado kuna chances mingi na hakuna haja ya lose hope because bado nafasi ya kila mtu iko.
Nafasi ya kila mtu iko.
Mungu amepangia kila mtu nafasi yake.
Na sasa pengine naona umeshinda na kutoka South Rift na Betty Chepkemoi na Jacqueline Rotich kutoka Central Rift. Je, mtafanya mipangilio yapi kuhakikisha ya kwamba mtashirikiana kama nchi ya Kenya na mulete dhahabu ama mshinde kama wa Kenya?
Tukifika camp, tukireport camp, tutajadiliana tuone venye tutaenda kuleta hizo medals.
Sasa utawaahidi wa Kenya nini sasa, sababu wa Kenya sasa wanakutizama? Je, ahadi yako ni ipi kwa wa Kenya?
Mimi na promise naenda kuleta gold.
Asante sana. Asante sana na tunashukuru sana na tunakutakia kila laheri. Asante.
Going to be 4 laps around this course. Well, it's overcast, so the conditions are getting better as the athletes are being introduced. Region Central, Central Rift, Coast, Eastern, Nyanza, South. We've got Nyanza North, Northeastern, North Rift, Nairobi, Southern, South Rift, Western, University, and we've got some guests also who have been included, like Harrison Gototo, Mugeni Muhuhu, and Ezekiel Kibitok. They've all been invited without the disciplined forces being included. Let's look at some of the people who should be looking for. Emmanuel Kiplagat, Patrick Moisin, Cleophas Kandia, and just looking at some of those and previous performances from some of these athletes who have been running in this in the Athletics Kenya series that has been taking place between November of 2018 and January. looking at people like Gideon Kipngetich. You should be looking out for him. He wants to make his presence felt. He has been on the podium at the in Kapsoko. When you think of Charles Kakuri, who won in Kapsoko, and Michael Kibet. And looking at the other events, Gideon Rono, Kelvin Biwot, Gideon Kipngetich also showing up his way again. Look out for
Tiren,
Kiprigut's
labda,
team. So those are some of the athletes who will be there. As the athletes
ili
warm up, it's going to
wasikilizaji
be
wetu
4 laps
wapate
around
kuelewa. Tumeongea Central Rift, Southern, North
this
Rift.
course.
Na
Already
labda
had a feel of it
hizi
yesterday.
regions
So it's
labda
not something
hawaelewi
that you would expect, to be different
hizi
from
regions ni counties gani na gani.
these athletes.
Yeah.
Every athlete who was going to run here was given 1 day to have a feel of it. So last evening at race times, actually, so that they could know the conditions in which they were going to run. You'd never know with the weather around this part of the country. At times, it just does get a little bit wet, if you are to ask. So there they are, all set and ready to start competing for those places in Coach David Letting's team. That is going to come most probably again at St. Mark's Teachers College in Kigali, Embu. That has been the home of Kenya's cross-country team. So all being set up as a chief starter is getting all those athletes ready, asking them to make sure that they stick by their marks. You can tell athletes, who've been really working hard at this event. The start of the 8 kilometers men's race, and off they are. Well, didn't hear the gun, but it simply means that the action is on, and it's quite a crazy sprint down the road. You'd think that probably they're doing an 800-meter race, and you can see that there are marshals there because there is a certain loop that may see the athletes get to a dead end, and that's not allowed. And so round they go past that podium, and I'll tell you this is a big sprint start. 27 seconds for the first 200 meters. Who's going to burn out? And they still have got 4 laps to go on this course that is, 1, quite dusty, 2, has got some unusual obstacles, but is proving to be quite fast. As they go around that bend, you can see that there's a group of athletes who are trying to assert their presence already. How fast can you hold out? That's a question that people ask. You may be a front runner, but everything suddenly goes sideways for you. Remember that Kenya took silver in the team event at the junior men's team medals, and that was in Kampala last year. But Kenya has dominated that. The only other country that has peaked from 1985 to 2017 is Ethiopia. And it's only 6 times that Ethiopia has done so. The pace picking up usually takes about 23 minutes or so. Cleophas Kandiet, Duncan Kiprotich, Gideon Rono, other athletes to look out for in this event that is taking place today as they go round towards the mud pit, and they really get to have a feel of what it's like to train in the evening one day and find a dry patch of soil that looks really dry and hard, and wake up in the morning and what you see is a whole bunch of mud. So let's see how this is going to go down. Jackson Kaveza, Edwin Kiplagat, others to look out for in this event. And Emmanuel Bet, World Under-20 silver medalist in the 3,000 meter steeplechase. always interesting to see the steeplechasers take part in cross country. We've seen Conseslus Kipruto run, we've seen Selfinches Paul run. Always turns out to be a different story for them. Oh yes, even Saif Saeed Shaheen has been running there. As the crowd that is out there waits for the athletes so that they can see them go through, you know, the 1.5 kilometer mark. As the athletes winding down, and so the athletes yet to come out from that, you know, packed area. The leading pack at the moment showing up around the 1.4 kilometer mark, and you can see the excitement showing up as they go around that bend, and there they are as they come back to the start finish area. Remember, the under-20 competition, it's not always easy, you know, to call, because Kenya has got this history of changing things so fast. So, who are the leading athletes? Let's just take a look at them.
Asante sana, asante sana. Kwa heshima tunamuuliza Mheshimiwa Professor Chepkwony ambaye ni governor wa Kericho, sindikishwa na Daktari Unita Cheriot ambaye ni deputy governor.
As they come to the final 200 meters of the first loop.
Na pia Vivian Cheriot, mwanariadha wetu wa ngazi ya kimataifa, pia waweze kukabidhi wanariadha wetu zawadi kina dada chini ya miaka 20, 6 kilometers junior women. So we're kindly requesting
and
Your Excellency, Professor,
the leading athletes as they come around
the governor of
this
Kericho,
bend. The man who's right
by
at the front of it all is Cleophas Kandia. He is probably the favorite for this one, and Anthony Mine also from Central. So Cleophas Kandia is the leading man. He's decided to take charge of this race. He's already won one of the races in the national circuit so far. You can see him, and Mark just behind him, so close to him, is Luke Shiduke from Western Howe, who is holding out on the pace as they get close together. And the South Rift contingent of Emmanuel Kiprotich, Leonard Bet, also closing on them as they try to close this. So round they go towards Nazi area just behind the mud pit, and you can see that everyone seems to flow with them. Everybody trying to see what kind of style of running that they've got as they make an approach to some of the undulating areas, and where the course, you know, really starts to gain some elevation. It's flat, just a change where you go up a maximum 6 meters and down by another 5. So doesn't change much. But remember, the altitude also has got its own effect. You may say, yes, these athletes do train here, but overall, what is a competitive scenario? How much can they burn? How many calories can they burn? How much can they try and burn their lungs out? They keep training hard for this. And you can see that they're still huddled together, yet to break away. And Central Rift, Southern Rift, and North Rift, all huddled together with the Nairobi gang in between there. They're the ones in green trying to keep up with the pace of the was from this side of the country. All this happening at the Eldoret Sports Club, which is hosting the National Cross Country Championships. Outside of Nairobi for the first time. See, those you can see on your screens are the back markers on this course, as we're just about to have the presentation ceremony for the under 20 women, which is what I can hear from the background. I'm sure we'll be getting into that. And let's now move over to the medal ceremony for the women's under 20 6-kilometer race that was won by Beatrice Chepkoech. Let's hear it.
Nafasi ya tano, Agnes Lydia Cheruto. Lydia Cheruto. Nafasi ya nne, Agnes Mwikali.
The national team that will represent Kenya at the World Cross Country Championships.
And bronze medalists, Jacqueline Chepkoech Rotich.
And there you have it, Jacqueline Rotich. Well, the athletes have all decided to get onto the podium together. Well, is that an early sign of teamwork?
Jacqueline Chepkoech Rotich.
So Jacqueline Rotich is the one on the left of your picture. She took third place.
Silver medalist, Betty Chepkemoi.
There is Betty Chepkemoi, who finished second in this race,
medalist,
but the gap between her and the race winner, Beatrice Chebet, who's also the 5,000 meters world under 20 champion, is there as they do receive their medals. And those three girls and Agnes Mwikali are assured of places in the national team that will represent Kenya at the World Cross Country Championships in Aarhus, Denmark.
Basi huku mbele na kuambia South Rift na Central Rift. Mambo hapa ni vigumu kabisa.
Two regions, South Rift and Central Rift. Those are the two regions that have won
nafasi ya mbele, alafu wakifuatiwa na Central, wakifuatiwa vile vile na North Rift, na vile vile Western wako hapo ndani.
The athletes are really and off from the podium they go, and we go back to the under 20 men's race. And just by the looks of it, we're down to about 7 athletes. Just, I can count 8 as they go around this bend. This looks like it's beginning to take shape as they get to the midway point of this cross-country event. Those are the leading athletes as they come round.
Professor Chepkoech, Deputy Governor also of Nandi.
And the leading pack is all from South Rift. Edwin Kosgei is there. I can see Leonard Bett, the steeple chaser, world under 20 silver medalist in Tampere, Finland last year. He's just behind them. We've got Kiprono Sitnik is also there, and Emmanuel Kiprotich. So it's the South Rift gang that is leading this race. Everyone else is trying to catch up with them. So South Rift really dominating the juniors event, the under 20 as they are officially known. Just about 12 minutes 16 so far, and they've gone just about 4.2 kilometers as the gang begins to spread out. That's a leading pack. The Central Rift athletes also trying to hold on to it. Kibet Kandie and Cleophas Kandie leading that. But how long can he hold it? He decided to take it by the end of the first lap, take some form of lead but that has definitely changed. Edwin Koskei, the leading man, trying to create some gap. The question is, can he hold it out, or is there some wily young fox who's waiting to outsmart him? So there he is as he goes round that bend as they get into the third lap of this event. And already the athletes beginning to spread, and then after that we shall see where they will get separated. Leonard Bet is actually considered to be one of the first rising steeplechasers. He did not have a good outing in Tampere, Finland. It was a surprise for him. To finish second there, everyone knew that going into that event, he was the favorite, to win that. But every time we take a look at it, an Ethiopian wins an event, it turns out to be totally different. Remember, Leonard Bet, he set the country alive when he led the 1-2 sweep of this steeplechase at the World Under-20 Championships, this being his third competitive season. And remember, last year at the National Championships in cross-country, Leonard Bet finished in 8th place. But our focus now should be more on the athletes who are leading the pack. As you can see, there's that section where everyone's at and they're waiting for this. Races to follow after this, the senior women's 10-kilometer race, and after that, the senior men's 10-kilometer race, and the final one is going to be the universal relay, or the mixed relay as they call it. Those are the backmarkers who are on the course. You can imagine that there is a gap of just about 600 meters between the man who's just gone off your screen and the leading pack, where Edwin Koskei is up there.
Those were the early lead. I want to tell you, this is going, it is just not just
5 kilometers street to go on this course that has been designed to be fast. And so if you're not able to calculate your pace, if you're not able to keep up with what your opponents are doing, if you're not able to change according to the little obstacles that are there, and the fact that it is quite dry, then it just will be difficult for you. So waiting for that leading pack to show up, see if they're still holding out together. We saw the under-20 women's race turn out to be the rest of the gang against Beatrice Chebet. What is it going to turn out to be in this particular event right now?
How many laps are remaining? We are not thinking putting up, please.
As they now come into the picture with just about 400 meters to go in this lap. There they are inside, and they're now down to about 5 or so. South Rift, those purple bibs. And then there is a change. As you can see, it's a battle between South Rift and Central Rift now. Here they are coming down to that 5.8 kilometers mark. So it is now down to these 5 young men in a single file. Actually, there are now 6 of them. How is this going to turn out to be for these youngsters? As they go around this bend, and after that, the next sound they will hear will be a bell to indicate that they are into the final lap and the pace is picking up. So, the race leader,
I'm telling you. And then we also have
at the moment is Samuel Chebole from North Rift. Samuel Chebole from the North Rift is the leading man as they get to hear the bell. 18 minutes on the clock, and it's going to be a big rush for the win. Bet, who had held up for himself, quite strongly for himself, has been left quite behind. So it is that leading pack, and when you see them in a single file, it means somebody will just get burnt out at some point. It's how you outwit your opponent in this final 2 kilometers. And already it's beginning to spread out as Samuel Chebole, Abel the leadership begins to change.
Anaitwa Gideon Rono. Gideon Rono from Central Rift. None. Central Rift. Let me tell you. As you predicted it.
So, Abel Kiplimo, that's the man who's on your picture right now, and he's beginning to pick up the pace and leave everyone behind him as he tries to go for the title here. Gideon Rono is the man who's chasing him just in for that top podium place, and also a place in the national team. Remember, there's the National Cross Country Championships come trials. As the back markers are there, they already know that the goose is cooked, but just look at them as they try to go around these little places around here.
But at this particular time, the way Google got a wild card, and after matching number 78, yes, eventually winning. Yeah, eventually went protocol.
Well, you can tell that there is quite some wind as these back marking athletes try to make their way around this course.
Let me tell you, I mean, we're proud. I mean, cross country.
Amongst those of your picture, Peter Kamau from Eastern. That contingent has been left in their wake. Amos Kipkoech running for Coast is also another back marker.
5,000 meters.
And Amos be running for Nyanza North. So everyone's definitely waiting for the leading group. They have running now for 21 minutes 26. Remember, you really can't pick an estimate of the time on a cross-country course, but you would know the direction that they would be taking and how far they would be running.
There was Edith Masai from the prisons, Kenya prison. I mean, she retired. Edith Masai retired. Where she's now. She's taking the United States of America. She is from the Tanzania County. I knew that. No drift.
As you can see, the crowd excitement. All people have decided to pick all vantage points to watch this race. Well, you know the story of Zacchaeus and Isanka Motri. Well, there are people who decided that they're going to watch this event no matter what, and they're going to watch it from any position. Well, with quite a number of trees around the Eldoret Sports Club, then it's quite clear that the crowd is excited. Any vantage point that works for you is a vantage point for you. So as the athletes are out there and already are going over the haystacks at the 1.65 kilometer mark. There's still over just about 300 meters to go. It's the race leader. He's got Chebole and he's got 20 meters. By the way, a 20-meter gap, that's huge for him as he makes his way forward. This is the under-20 championships as he makes his way. It's the final 200 meters over some of these little haystacks that have been set up there, and from the North Rift, Samuel Chebole. He's got a gap of 100 meters and it's growing. And just behind him, I can tell you that Eldoret is going to be there. So, the man from Trans Nzoia making his way. As Chebole, Samuel Chebole makes his way to the finishing line, and he's going to be the 2019 cross-country champion. 24 minutes 9 seconds. That's just by my clock, some simple timing. Emmanuel Kiprotich.
Now, South Rift have really taken the second, third, wapili, tatu na nne.
So that's the way it has gone down. The North Rift and then the South Rift trio. Taking second place was Emmanuel Kiprotich. Kiprotich taking fourth place and Leonard, third place, and Leonard Bear taking fourth place. So that's how it's gone down. But the winning time, 24 minutes, 10 seconds from Samuel Chebole of Kenya.
Retirement Benefits Authority, safeguarding your retirement benefits.
Chebole making a mark in Kenya's athletics history as he will lead the under-20 team to try and win that team title that they lost to Ethiopia last year, 2 years ago in Kampala. Can he lead them to that? For a PD, he's going to be standing. He's on standby, ready to speak with Samuel Chebole, who is the winner of this event. This is Professor Scott. Cross-country championships.
Well, that is the 6-kilometer junior men, and the event has gone out, and Samuel Chebole wins that race, which means he has the ticket. Samuel, pongezi sana kwa kushinda mbio ya leo. Imekuwa namna gani?
Vile imekuwa uchungu, haikuwa rahisi vile. Ndio nimekimbia, lakini nimetekwa mara mbili. Hata ongea na mtu yangu.
Matope imekuwa mingi ama hiyo course ndio imekuwa ni iko na mambo mengi sana imekuzuia pengine kukimbia muda bora?
Vile siwezi sema nini, lakini hapo mahali ambapo ilimwako maji ndio ilikuwa na shida kidogo, ambapo ilikuwa inahitaji nitumie hesabu mzuri.
Sasa pengine kwa mipangilio yako umekimbia jinsi ulivyotarajia ama pengine haikuenda kulingana na matarajio yako?
Nimeenda kulingana na matarajio yangu. Nilikuwa na matumaini ya kwamba naweza hii race, kwa sababu nimefanya mazoezi ya kutosha na hakuna kitu ningeokopa vile.
Sasa umeshinda na umepata tikiti ya kuelekea kule Aarhus, Denmark, kwenda kuwakilisha nchi ya Kenya. Je, utawaahidi wa Kenya nini pengine kuelekea kule?
Ni kuahidi mazuri. Ni mazuri
na pengine hali ya anga imekuwa vipi? Imekutatiza ama hali ya anga imekuwa wanasema nyuso za juu sana?
Kidogo jua imenitatiza kidogo, lakini ilibidi nivumilie. Upepo vile haikuwa mzuri vile sana. Yeah.
Pongezi sana na tunakutakia kila laheri. Mtaungana na wengine ambao umeshinda nayo hii, wale ambao mtaelekea nao, ama mtakuwa na mipango yepi? Pengine muhakikishe ya kwamba Kenya imeshinda.
Yeah, ni kwenda kukaa as team na tuone ni jinsi gani tutakimbia na ni jinsi gani tutaweza kushindia Kenya medali yoyote.
Pongezi sana Samuel Chebolei, tunawatakia kila laheri na tunakutakia kila laheri unapoenda kuelekea. Pongezi. Sawa. Pengine sasa that was the winner, joined now by the second, the third position, that is Gideon Rono. Correct. Leonard, imekuwa namna gani mbio?
Mbio imekuwa mzuri, ikawa ni iko mbali kuliko ile race na kimbia 3000 meters steeplechase.
Na vile mmekimbia sasa, mtaenda kuungana na wenzako na pengine mtafanya vizuri?
Ya, tukiungana na wengine tutakuwa tunafanya mazoezi ili tuende tufanye vizuri kama Kenya team.
World 18 Junior ulikimbia steeplechase vizuri, pengine utatumia ile experience uko nayo pengine kupata matokeo mema?
Ya, hii inasaidia nipate endurance na nipate speed kidogo ya 3000 meters steeplechase. Hasa hii races inakuja kama Diamond Leagues na pengine World Championship this year.
Asante sana na tunakutakia kila laheri. Wahome, over to you for the next race that is coming up, which is the 10 kilometer senior women's race. This is a big one. Over to you, Wahome.
As we now get ready to get the women introduced for the seniors 10 kilometer race, 5 laps around this course. We've seen people like Helen Obiri who are in great form. What kind of competition are they going to face today? Just looking at the start list, and I'll tell you this, it's just one to wish for. Anyone who wants to watch some of the best races at this level would just have to stick, with the kind of start list that has been the entries that have been, made by Athletics Kenya.
Thank you very much, Mwangi and 10 kilometers women senior.
If we're simply to go through the names, think of a half marathoner Mary Kuria.
10 kilometers.
Going over to Eastern, there is Mary Munan. Let's get into North Rift. There's Gloria Kite and Dorcas Kipchirchir. Lini Murkor representing Nairobi. Southern has got Pauline Kaveke. South Rift, Sandra Chebet, Eva Chirono, Evelyn Chirchir. Representing the police. Now this is where the big hitters start to come in. Hyvin, Kiyeng, Margaret Chelimo, Stacey Ndiwa, Agnes Jebetiro, Beatrice Chepkoech, the world record holder in the steeplechase, as they are all being introduced. Quilin Kiprop, Joan Chepkemoi, Faith Linga, Isabella Jamurkor, and Beatrice Chepkoech. The Eastern group, as they are introduced, led by Margaret Wangari and Terenes Lekebane. Nyanza North with Windrose Chepkorir and Jacqueline Cherotich and Lynette Kipkemoy. North Rift, they've got Gloria Kita, Gladys Chepkuru and Dorcas Kipchirchir. Emily Chebet Kipchumba, Lini Murgor and Ruth Chepngetich leading the Nairobi group as they make their way around as they're being introduced. South Rift, which has dominated the under-20 races. Sandra, Felice Chebet, Eva Chirono, you can't just write them out. Then you will see the police team. The Kenya Defence Forces has got Helen Obiri, Perin Nengampi, Dorcas Kimeli and Irene Kamais. The prison service has got Sally Finches Paul, Nancy Nzisa and Lillian Kasaid. And so the athletes make their way after all being introduced. And you can imagine some of the biggest names in world athletics. Helen Obiri, so dominant at the 5,000 meters. People asking who is going to stop us. When it comes to Selifin Chespol, she's been making her presence felt. She's an African champion at senior level. In Schlef, Algeria last year, she, at one point had done 4 laps, not 5, thought she'd finished, and then everything changed. But let's just take a look at them as they all line up right at the paddocks for the start of this race. 5 laps around the course. This event used to be 8 kilometers, and the senior men's used to be 12. Then it was balanced down to 10K for each gender. So there they are at the paddocks, all waiting for that moment to be called so that they can go up, just getting themselves warmed up.
Wengi wanauliza Helen Obiri anakimbilia timu gani? So mwenzangu ungependa kuwafahamisha manake tayari.
So there they are, the athletes, all taking up their places as per their region or affiliate. Remember that also included here are the Kenya Wildlife Service, who are there, and they want to have a team of athletes. And what they've been told is, belong to this, then this is what happens. So the prison service and the police service have decided that they're going to pick up different places. So they have to start at the correct places. And the invited Kenya Wildlife Services are there. You can see Western Kenya and universities. In simple terms, how have they been set up? In alphabetical order. That's how it has been set up. Nothing special about it. Just if you're wondering about the arrangement of how those paddock lines are. So they're in the traps waiting for the gun to go for the start of this race. 5 laps it is, and off they go. And you can see that the pace at which they have started, as they're being led down that track. Everyone wants to make sure that they're right in front early in the game. All huddled together, but I can tell you this, by the end of the first lap, we shall know who is going to be there. Just looking at some of the athletes who are in this race, you've got a steeplechase world record holder. You've got an under 20 world record holder in the steeplechase. You've got a world half marathon bronze medalist.
In the World Championships, and also won gold in Uasin, China, in the senior, that is in 2015. She's also a silver medalist in Bidcos in the world junior junior event that was in 2013.
So there they are as they go around still. 90 athletes, that's the number of women that you can see in that picture, and you can see that the pace is quite fast early on.
She was also a silver medalist in the 2016 Olympics in Rio.
As they go around that, it's how well you time yourself that's going to change this. But already you really can't pick out anyone, as Nairobi is
I remember when she fell. When was that?
Gladys or rather Ruth Chepngetich trying to make her presence felt early, as all the others now trying to go around that bend and up that hill as they go round towards that section that has got a mad hole. So far, all the athletes, the pace that has been injected by the leading pack can be deceptive if you've not trained well and decided that you're not going to hold on to your form as it should. You would end up in a lot of trouble. Already, we know that the under-20s, those with automatic qualification, have been picked out. We already know them. And right now, having gone past, that mad pit, going to the haystacks for the halfway point of this cross-country event, a lot of people will be interested in that group of women who will be there. How soon are we going to see it starting to break? How soon are we going to see them, starts to spread out?
Mwaka 1994 mbio za nyika na kufungua ukurasa kwa upande wa kina dada katika mbio za nyika za ulimwengu.
Bila shaka. Basi Mwaneki, tutarudi kwako baada ya muda
So there you can see that there are all sorts of people who are, playing the role of cheerleaders, and I can tell you that that is the police service team. Just looking at their flag. The Kenya Defence Forces team also has got their own cheering squad, and they always show up at these championships. But just look at them, they've got the drums, they add the color to the event. The prisons team also have theirs. So here they are, all police officers, and I can tell you this, if they decide that they're going to do that, that's going to be a whole different case. And for all of these athletes, they always try to make their presence felt, and everybody says, hey, let's do it. So there they are. Let's see who can do a jig better than the other, and which team can actually do a jig. Remember, the discipline forces, they do not have teams entered at the under 20 level, so that's different. But at senior level, that's where the points count, and that's where probably South Rift and Central Rift will have an edge over everybody else. They clearly have set the divide as far as that competition is concerned. And well, just behind that lady is the prison service, cheering squad. So you can tell that they really don't mind. And that's the Kenya Defence Forces team. Well, that can see the National Police Service team and also their Defence Forces, cheering squad. So all those crowds all coming together at one point.
2 hours, 0.25 seconds. Remember that number?
The kind of cheering that comes at athletics, you should see them at indoor sports. They can, shout loud. They can go louder than any gang. But right here, outside, there they are. Kenya Defence Forces, National Police Service, and Prison Service, all members of the discipline service coming through. As from some point just behind there, I can see the leading pack of athletes who are making their way to bring it into the first lap. There they are. You can see them on your picture. Oh yes, Beatrice Chepkoech of the police service, world record holder, has decided that maybe I should do it there. Well, she learned a lesson or two about front running, and that was from Helen Obiri.
Wote wako hapa mbele na vile vile National Police wako hapa mbele.
As they make their way down there, Ivan Kieng is also in that leading pack. Helen Obiri is tucked somewhere just in between. So, at the moment, we've got about 24, just about 24 of them having broken away, and it's basically Team Prisons, Team Police, and the Kenya Defence Forces as they go around this bend, as they come to the end of the first lap of this race. But how you beat some of these, big stars out there is always going to be a tricky call for people. So we've got Beatrice Mutai from South Rift, who's right there with Beatrice Chepkoech. And so those are the ones who are there. And let's see how this turns out to be. As suddenly we can see an injection of pace coming in from Helen Obiri. She's decided that she's had enough of being tucked in, and she's decided to go just to the left of the leading Mutai and Chepkoech. So Helen Obiri is in third place. She comes into this race as a favorite, knowing very well that she's had a great cross-country season. She was out at the Cross Italica in Seville, where she basically did away with that field. As for Beatrice Chepkoech, well, she was left behind.
Thank you very much, Paul. Kwa heshima kuu tunamuuliza Chief Administrative Secretary, Charge of Sport.
Basically, for Beatrice Chepkoech, who's fourth at the Olympics, and she's got 2 national titles to her name already, and also winning a World Indoor Tour. Then it's something for her. But just looking at her
5-time world cross-country champion.
For her 2019 season, finishing third at the Muguerza in El Goba, and by the way, and winning in Sevilla. That was that was a big one for her. But the Muguerza in the Cross El Goibar in Spain is where things really did not go well for her. So there we have it, and also just coming through, we shall be having the medal presentation for the under 20.
Watano, Charles Kapkuri from North Rift.
This is the under 20 men's presentation, and doing that is 5-time world cross-country champion John Goge, also gold medalist at the Seoul Games in 1988 in the 5,000 meters. On the presentation, going to the athletes, or in the top 6 places. And the medal for 3rd place having been presented. And it's going to Emmanuel Kiprotich. And we've got the winner of the under 20 men's 8-kilometer race, Samuel Chabuloy, clocking 24 minutes 9 seconds. So Samuel Chebule, Emmanuel Kiprotich, Leonard Betts, and Kofi Rono, all assured of places. In the national team that is going to be going to the World Cross Country Championships in Aarhus, Denmark, next month. 4 of them assured, 2 to be selected on a wildcard basis. And that mandatory photo opportunity after all the medals are presented. Well, John Gogi knows much about that. You all know that he's had a great stellar career, former serviceman with the Kenya Army. By the way, that's a man who lit the torch. If you've seen at the Kasarani Stadium, there's a cauldron that's lifted up there. The man who had the torch and lit the flame for the 4th All Africa Games was John Gogi. All I can tell you, the number of times and salutes he did on that pitch, quite a number that they were.
Huku wananchi wanaangalia mambo ni vipi, manake ukikumbuka Beatrice ambaye anaongoza sasa akitoka National Police Service yuko pale mbele na wenzake Beatrice Chepkoech.
So, back to the action as we wait for the leading pack of women to come through. And they will be completing the 2nd lap of this 10-kilometer race. 5 laps around this course. As everyone watches them as they make their approach around the course. As you can see, athletes, some of those who are getting treatment after this coaching hit. And already there is a story that's coming down. The leading pack has changed. Helen Obiri is there. Beatrice Butai is just behind her. And the question is, just where has Beatrice Chepkoech gone to? She was the leader at the start of this lap, and she's not in the picture anymore. Remember again, South Rift really having pushed hard. Selifin Chispol is in that leading pack. Helen Obiri. So Lilian Kasai and Telefinches Paul present in that group. And as they go round, the action there, you can see them going round the bend. This is the group that is in the second park, but the leading park, there you can see it. It's Beatrice. Time. So you can see Helen Obiri, it's down to a pack of 5. Beatrice Mutai is leading. So it's down to 5. Beatrice Mutai is the leader as we speak right now. And also from the police service, yes, I did see Havin Kieng. I did spot her. She's the one who's 5th as we speak at the moment. But Helen Obiri, who's had a dominant, cross-country season, is right now deciding that she's going to lay down the law. And she has taken off. Who's going to catch up with her? As they go around that bend, Beatrice Mutai holding on to it. The present duo of Lillian Kasait, silver medalist at the 3,000 meters under 18 championships, and that was in Eugene, Oregon, way back in 2014. There she is now, all 5 years of experience from that race, all packed up in her, and that was at the under 20s. So it's now down to 3, Lillian Kasait, Mutai, and Obiri. Those are the 3 leading women, and they are separating the others. Havin Kieng and Telefinches Paul, who's the African champion, the defending African champion, is inside there. Havin Kieng, you all know her as a steeplechasser. As we see the others who are coming through from the police service, and there is a world record holder just going past representing police, Beatrice Chepkoech. An early charge has gone against her now. So it's now for the athletes as they go around the blind sport of ours. It's still Beatrice Mutai who's leading the charge. The question is, what is it that Helen Obiri has up her sleeve? The experience of the athletes who are up there showing in their class too. Beatrice Mutai, remember, she finished 4th in the 10,000 meters at the Gold Coast Games. That's the Commonwealth Games last year. And in 2017, she was 4th at the national championships, but having broken through, that was a different case. And in 2017, did not finish at the nationals in cross country. That was definitely not one of the best things that would have happened to her. But she has concentrated just a little and a half marathons and a bit of road running, which is a speciality. As still see the athletes, and now they're right inside there. You can see the clash of the defense forces. Who's louder? Who can do a better drill? Who can do a better shout? Well, they've got their corps of drums, they've got their brass men, but what would you call this, Jim? The corps of hecklers? I don't know. That will not be accepted. Or or the morale corps. That would look much better. It would sound much better for people in uniform. The morale corps. Hecklers doesn't sound good. It's an indisciplined word. Maybe my words would sound wrong. So at the moment, so
na ni vigumu kabisa kubashiri mambo yatakuwa vipi, lakini katika zile 5 bora bado mabadiliko. Naweza kumwona Helen Obiri na wenzake wakiwa kule mbele wakipambana vilivyo kuweza kuona mambo yatakuwa vipi, kwa sababu tayari wanariadha hawa wamesukumana vilivyo na kuweza kubashiri, lakini Helen Obiri sasa.
Well, now it's time that the leading pack is showing up. Helen Obiri and Beatrice Mutai is just behind her, and then we've got Lilian Kasaid, but Helen Obiri has just decided that she's going to lay down the law. The sergeant with the Kenya Defense Forces is picking up the pace and is leading. They're now down to 3. At least we have an idea of what the podium would look like. But how fast are they? Can they catch up with her? As Helen Obiri just breaks away from her. And by the way, you've got to give it to Helen Obiri. She won at the Kenya Defense Forces Championships, then went to run in the Universal Relay, picked the baton when she was in 12th place for her pace, and finished in 4th. That's just 2K, 2 kilometers, 2,000 meters. I wonder if the course was 3,000 meters, or if there are 2 laps, if any of those athletes would have, caught up with them. But that did change. So Helen Obiri now having decided to break away from everyone, and suddenly things are changing, and it's just turned out to be one tough event. Beatrice Mutai in 2nd place as they go around that bend. And from the prison service, we've got Lilian Kasaid. There is a change of setup. Eva Cherono from South Rift. And from the Kenya Defense Forces. So it's turned out that this course is not as friendly to the athletes as many would have thought it would be. As they now go round, they're into the 4th lap of this race. But you look at Helen Obiri's, pedigree, having won the world. She's won the World Indoor Championships. She's won the World Outdoor Championships. She's won the African Championships. That one cross-country title always tending to be elusive, as she creates that big gap between her and Mutai, who's behind her. There is Obiri just laying down the law. And she goes round, and this looks like it's going to be her race, all alone. And then suddenly, there looks like we've had a surge from Beatrice Chepkoech all over again. As you can see, she's picking up the pace. At one point, she dropped down to 6th, but has now moved up to 4th place, behind Eva Cherono. But there is also that battle for the places in the national team. Remember that this is also a World Championships here, as we see athletes from the police, Agnes Tirop and Stacey Ndiwa, all trying to push up. And from the prison service, that is Celifin Chespol. She's dropped down the order. That shows you how punishing this has been. As athletes, at the moment you can tell they will start dropping out from the race. It's a little bit too hot. And the course is generally scorched and dry.
kuchagua timu ya relays ambayo atakwenda kule Yokohama, Japan kwa mbio za World Relays.
So there
kumbuka mara ya mwisho tuliweza kwenda kule
are those, athletes who now are still in the race, but they know this has disappeared. That's how deep the competition can be and how serious it can be.
Na kumbuka relay series ya kwanza itakuwa ni tarehe 2 mwezi huu wa Machi, na ni weekend ijao mwaneki ndio itakuwa.
Just taking a look at the back markers like Caroline Chepkemoi and even Chepkemoi, all from the Nyanza North region. That has changed everything. So everybody who's running at this point now, even Lois Chamumung from the prison service, finding that going quite hard. Catherine Sikau also made from the prison service. She's found it going quite tough in this race. So more of the back markers are the ones that you can see.
Rais wa chama cha riadha cha Kenya, tafadhali popote ulipo wasiliana na gavana wa Uasin Gishu Bwana Mandado. Tafadhali. President Athletic Union, wherever you are, please liaise with Uasin Gishu Governor, Honorable Mandado. Thank you very much. Thank you. Steve, proceed.
Basi kama vile nilikuwa naufahamisha, hapa nina mlami mmoja ama mzungu ana bendera ya Kenya na imewekwa sahihi na bingwa wa ulimwengu na vile vile bingwa Olimpiki na vile vile mshikilizi wa.
We're into the fourth lap of this, and as you can see, the back markers are there. Then they can feel how hard it is. You know, I'm just looking at this athlete and wondering what happens when Helen decides just to show up. So all those back markers are going to feel the pressure of it. And just by the looks of it, looks like Helen Obiri may have picked up the pace and is coming in. So Helen Obiri definitely the dominant force at these cross-country championships. All the coaches have simply said, you know what, Helen Obiri is unstoppable. And there she is, the leading athlete. And just by the looks of it, Beatrice Mutai, not anywhere in the picture as this race is coming to a close, and just by the gap of it, just looking over my commentary position, the gap is over 50 meters. As Obiri has gone over the haystacks that are part and some of the obstacles that are on this course. And right now, there she is, Helen Obiri, having burnt out everyone, and she's kept that lead. There she is, as she comes round this bend and to make her way to head into the final lap of this 10-kilometer race. She's just run from everyone. She was a pre-race favorite. Beatrice Mutai is in second place. And then suddenly there is a battle for third and fourth. Second looks secured, but the battle for third and fourth is another one. And there goes the bell for Helen Obiri, but an interesting battle that is coming. The battle for third and fourth, as Helen Obiri makes her way round the course. Just looking at it, Beatrice Chepkoech is in third place, Lillian Kasait is in fourth, Beatrice one of the early leaders. As all the athletes get there, get to hear the bell, those who are in the leading pack. As Helen Obiri, you can see that lone figure as she makes her way round this course for the final time. She has lapped an athlete already. It's not every day that you see an athlete lapped in a cross-country event. She did the same in El Goiba. And you can see that she's running there. She's still got 1.6 kilometers to go in this course. She's all alone and holding on to that lead. Beatrice Mutai is in second place, and the gap has grown to something like 80 meters. So the back markers are there. That, what you're seeing right there is the battle for third place. As you can see, the activity is just around the finishing. As the athletes that you can see there from South Rift, all holding on to that. That's how deep they are. Helen Obiri now looks like she's running away with this one. No questions about it. Running for the Kenya Defence Forces. Beatrice Mutai is the closest challenger. That's the closest you can get to. But for Helen Obiri, the national cross-country title, that will be a big one for her. Over the years, she's run and served the country. It's been great for her. As we also take a look at that finishing line. But as it stands, you can see the backmakers. And remember, when it comes to cross-country, there's something known as a team title. Which way is it going to go? Is it going to go the way of South Rift, or is it going to go the way of the National Police Service? So far, the South Rift contingent has been dominant at the under-20 level. What about and the senior level right now? Beatrice Mutai racking up points for them, but it's all about the discipline forces and how they collect the points. Remember, the position you finish in is equivalent to a point in cross-country. So if you finish first, you've got 1 point. If you finish 44th, you've got 44 points. And the fewer points you have, the better the standings for you. And that's a whole story about the cross-country. At the end of it all, once you get the overall team title, it's a number of points that you do get. Questions being asked, can Kenya replicate what happened in 2010 because Poland when Kenya swept everything? They won all the gold medals in the individual events, and they also did win the team titles in all the events. The national anthem was played 8 times. It's only anthem that was played then. And then they came up with a brilliant idea. Well, the World Cross Country Championships can take place every 2 years. Still about 800 meters to go, and from the cheering, it's all about one name who's making her way around the course. We should be talking about Helen Obiri, a dominant force on the track. Over the 5,000 meters, you simply can't stop her. When she decides it's an indoor season and it's a 3,000 meters, you can't stop her. In Africa, she's been unstoppable. Last year, you really just wouldn't count her around. She's won it at every point. Remember, she was with Vivian Cheruiyot finishing second. As now, Helen Obiri makes her way towards the finish. It's the final 400 meters.
She's also a silver medalist. And she holds a silver medalist in the 2020.
So there is Helen Obiri. She's making her way. As Obiri all alone, Beatrice Mutai is just behind her. You can see in that distance, that's the gap she's created. Just about 80 meters as she goes down to make that final bend. As she goes round towards the finish, that's where she is, just over the two haystacks that have been set there as barriers just to change the rhythm for the athletes. Just look at Helen Obiri, so full of confidence as she goes round. The Kenya Defence Forces officer going round that bend. It's going to be the final right turn for her. There is Helen Obiri. She's making her way. As Helen Obiri makes her way round that, there is Helen Obiri making her way. And Helen Obiri is going to be the 2019 Senior Women's National Champion. 33 minutes 13 for that 10-kilometer race. Let's stick with the finish. Let's see the athletes who's going to finish second. It's going to be Beatrice Mutai who takes second place. Who's going to take third? It would be good to take a look at that as the two had together. By the way, they were in Gold Coast, Australia together. You can see Beatrice Mutai and Helen Obiri made this their battle. Looks like Beatrice Chepkoech is the one who's coming through. Let's take a look at who's going to come through that bend from. So, there we have it. It's a steeple. Beatrice Chepkoech, the world record holder in the steeplechase, takes third place. And what about the final place? That's automatic for the national team. Who's it going to be? Finishing fourth. That's is the Kenyan team that has, been picked at the moment. It's going to be Deborah Samum from the Kenya Defence Forces. You can see how that has gone down. Helen Obiri, Beatrice Mutai, Beatrice Chepkoech, and Deborah Samum are the top four in that event. Helen Obiri, the national champion, 33 minutes 31 seconds. And also, as that's going on, we can see that the Deputy President, His Excellency William Ruto, has arrived at the grounds. He's just in time to watch the two final events of the day. The 10-kilometer senior men's race and the universal relay, or in simple terms, the mixed relay. 2 men, 2 women. So, as the Deputy President takes his place, we go down to Amphra Pidi, who's with the national champion Helen Obiri, and photo bombing is Mary Wavi.
Mashabiki msiingie uwanjani.
Says that she was coming to Eldoret to pick the silverware. She's done exactly that. Helen Obiri winning the senior women's race, followed by Beatrice Chepkemoi Mutai. Very tough race indeed. Helen, congratulations, and how was the race?
Thank you. I think the race was so competitive. As you can see, I'm so muddy. Like the course was very, very tough, but I came here to do my best and to get, I think, a slot to compete in Denmark.
Helen, at some point we were scared that you were running without shoes. Little did we know that it was the muddy course.
It was the muddy course because it's my first time to do cross-country trials, and I think I wanted to get a world, I think, to represent Kenya in world cross-country. It's my first time to represent Kenya in world cross-country.
Your first time in the world cross-country, Helen, and you destroyed a very, very strong field. Chess Paul, Ivy Kieng, Beatrice Chepkoech. What was your strategy?
I think I came here to do my best and to run my own race. I think it was a bit challenging because we had this Chess Paul, Agnes Kasait, and so many hurdles. But for me, I tried to do my best. Yeah.
Now a very strong team definitely going in, the likes of Beatrice Chepkemoi Mutai are coming in. What's going to be the plan to ensure that Kenya bags this title that we always brag that is rightfully ours? Are you going to have a game plan, or what's the tactic going to look like?
I think for now we have achieved what we want, and from here we are going to training camp, and with some qualified coaches, I think we're going to do like teamwork.
Teamwork. Helen, you're not so used to running in such climatic conditions. What do you make of the weather?
Maybe, you know, when you are an athlete, you need to be used in every weather. Whether it's too hot or it's too cold. As we can see, Denmark going to be winter time. And for us, I think we're going to prepare very well.
Any promise to Kenyans who are watching you right now?
I think for now is to focus in World Cross Country. And I promise Kenyans that we're going to do our best and bring that title home.
Are we going to concentrate on preparations of the cross country, or we are going to also juggle up with the IAAF meets that are soon coming up?
I think for now I don't have any plan, so I'm going to focus only for World Cross. From there, I can see.
This is one of those titles that you probably don't have, having bagged the 5,000 world champion, world championship. Are you looking at ensuring that this is another title that comes your way?
I think this is the only chance I have, because I don't know whether 2021 will be record. So I think I'm going to fight for it, because I don't have any chance. If I'm not going to win this one, I think I'm not going to compete anymore World Cross Country.
Thank you very much, and congratulations once again, Helen Obiri. That was Helen Obiri, coming up and promising, of course, battery of journalists are here. Home, over back to you for more of the action. The senior men's are coming up as well. Over to you, Home.
I remember the destination.
Oh, that was Helen Obiri.
Basi asante sana, asante sana kwa kuona, bila shaka tukiendelea kukamilisha shindano la kilomita 10 upande wa kina dada, tunasubiri sasa kuwakaribisha
cross-country championships. She leads actually four women who have got a guaranteed place in the cross-country team, and those, Helen Obiri, Beatrice Mutai, Beatrice Chepkoech, and Dorcas Samungang from the Kenya Defence Forces. Well, you can see the people who are out there. The Eldoret Sports Club, those are the Defence Forces cheering squad, the core of cheerleaders, you would call them, the morale corps. And even as you take a look at it, there are more women who are coming to finish this race. So lots.
AK Relay Series in preparation for World Relays. Tarehe 2 itafanyika Nairobi. Siri ya kwanza itafanyika Nairobi. Ya pili pia itafanyika Nairobi. Bila shaka finali ya kwanza kwa wale wana program ya hiyo nasema ni Mombasa, lakini si haitafanyika Mombasa, itafanyika Nairobi.
You can see all the athletes who are there, and Deputy President William Ruto having made
like to
his way to this ground. Well, 3 events have gone down. He's going to have an opportunity to watch 2.
On 2nd March.
But also the Inspector General of Police, Joseph Boynet, just behind the Deputy President. As you see all the governors who are sitting, and you can see the whole load of athletes and journalists from all over the country. Well, Governor Mandago last week simply said that being here, and reiterated it today, that simply being at the national championships in Kenya is as good as having been to Denmark. As we wait for the senior men to be called up, and after that we get to watch a men's relay as the journalists now around. Speaking to Beatrice Chepkoech, who is the world record holder in the women's steeplechase. She finished in 3rd place. She does the training in Kericho. As we take a look at the senior men who are making their way in front of the podium to be introduced just before the start of the senior men's 10-kilometer race. Jeffrey Kamoror, the man who finished 3rd last year, as the teams are now being introduced one by one. alphabetically as they march past. And just before that, quickly to Amfrapidi, who's speaking with Beatrice.
Indeed, because all this is happening right now, seated just next to the world record holder in the 3,000 meter steeplechase, Beatrice Chepkoech, who has managed to also get a slot in this. Very interesting as we look at it. Beatrice, very interesting indeed. We are trying to also get in one or two. Beatrice, congratulations, you're live on KBC Channel 1. Kenyans are watching you right now, and congratulations for at least making it to the team.
Thank you.
How was the race?
The race was so good. At least the weather was so good. I enjoyed running cross country for the first time. At least I enjoy.
You enjoyed the race. I mean, for the first time, you're making it through to the cross country. It's not your domain, but you at least pushed, and you're up there with them, making it to the team. What can you promise Kenyans?
What I'm going to promise Kenya is my prize to be podium. Yeah.
A podium place is what Kenyans would be expecting of you now that you also have more pressure as the world record holder in the 3,000 meter steeplechase. Is that going to put pressure on you?
No, it's not going to make me being in pressure because this is not my race. At least I'm going to look for endurance for the next season World Championship.
All right, teaming up with Obiri, coming up with this, you think we'll have a very strong team? With the likes of Obiri, Beatrice, Mutai as well?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a strong team because Obiri is there. I've never run with Obiri 10K. Only I've run with her 8 kilometer, and I think we are going to make a very nice team.
Congratulations, and we wish you all the best. Wahome, over to you for the main one, the senior men's 10-kilometer race. Over to you, Daniel.
Well, thank you, Amfrapidi. He was speaking with Beatrice Chepkoech, who finished third at the National Cross-Country Championships in the senior women's 10-kilometer race. While there, you can see all the athletes, including those who've been invited and trying to feel the heat in the country. That's Gad Brand, the man you saw in that Kenyan jersey. He calls himself Rubani Mkimbiaji, the running pilot. Flies planes, when he gets on land, tries to fly just behind the Kenyans. But this event also has got an interesting contingent. It's known as the refugee team. They train in Ngong and have been to the Olympics, and it's part of the Olympic movement, you know, in solidarity with working together with the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, getting a group of people who can run, and they did work well, and obviously just won a Laurier's Award for the year 2016, and just because of their efforts around that, they were simply known as the Team Olympic. So the Olympic refugee team, and they fly under the flag of the IOC. The person who's basically in charge of that contingent is Tegla Lorupe. You know her. She's a peace builder and also a member of the Lauriers Academy. So the men all assembled now. So the Olympic refugee team, this is one to look out for. They've been training the country for so long, and every time
Basi ningeomba tu uombe mashabiki kwa lugha ya nyumbani kwamba tafadhali wasiingie ndani ya uwanja tafadhali. Manake sasa tukiingia ndani ya uwanja tutaharibu mchezo. Asante sana, ningependa tu kuwajulisha wale sponsors specifically wale ambao.
So the men expect Jeffrey Kamworor to come there, but the story is, are these young men, you know, fellows like Edward Zakayo, do they have, you know, the kind of stamina and skills to battle against these experienced fighters? Wesley Ledama, he broke through and was making his presence felt. What can he do about it? Moses Mukono. Where are you? Should be making this. Rogers Kwemoy, 10,000 meters. National champion from 2 years ago was there. And you can see that people are using all sorts of skills and pictures, to get whatever is going on here, and especially for the start of that race. Well, there they are, men all huddled together as they get into the starting paddocks. It's always simple, alphabetically, moving from left to right. All they need to do is look at the board that's there. So you've got Nyanza South, you've got the Kenya Wildlife Service, the refugee team, you've got Mohammed Ilshad Dokun from Mauritius, and also a few guest runners. They've been allowed to run at these national championships. And then after that, we shall have the mixed relays, or the universal relays, as they are officially known as. So there's North with the prison service, as you can see, all of them lining up. The police service is there, led by Jeffrey Kamoror, definitely. You've got also Silas Kiplagat in the prison service, Muneria. We've got Vedic Cheriot and Stephen Arita from the Kenya Defense Forces. Leonard Barso turned to running for police. But from Central, Stanley Waithaka from North Rift. You've got Edward Zakayo and Ronex Kipruto. So, and off they go. And it's an early run down. And already Jeffrey Kamworor has made his presence felt. He's right at the front. Edward Zakayo just behind him. Silas Kiplagat of Prisons is also there. And the man who's right at the end of it all is Rubani Mkimbiaji. He is a guest athlete, Gert Brian. And he decides, let me run against some of these best athletes in the world. I'll tell you this, even from what Helen Obiri has said, at one point, you thought she didn't have shoes. Well, it was just the mud from a pit that's just somewhere out there. As everyone, now, just a look at this group of just over 120 men who've all gathered and decided that they're going to take it. Okay, as we get ready for the there's going to be a presentation for the senior women's 10-kilometer race, and you can see that they are all lined up. Beatrice Chepkoech is there as the athletes all cooling down. As you can see, the athletes all in conversation. Beatrice Chepkoech, Beatrice Mutai, and Helen Obiri. Just waiting for that presentation moment. But meanwhile, the men picking up the pace as the sun sets. As there is a continued conversation between these athletes, trying to cool down their muscles. Obiri and Chepkoech in conversation.
Also escorted by Professor Kamar, Senator Uasin Gishu.
So the presentation, you've got Senator Professor Magri Kamar. We've also got Governor Sang. So just waiting as the presentation is being done, and also the Indian High Commissioner to present the medals to the ladies, starting with 6th place all the way down to 1st place.
Nafasi ya 5 Eva Cherono
So Eva Cherono finished 5th in that race.
Nafasi ya 4 Deborah Samum wa KDF. And bronze medalist representing the National Police.
So the first have been done, and so
Who is also the world record holder in the 3,000 meter steeplechase.
Beatrice Chepkoech receives a medal for winning the women's, taking 3rd place in the women's 10-kilometer race. 2nd place went with Beatrice Mutai, the senior most of those athletes, if you were to pick it that way, and the national champion Helen Obiri.
2019, representing Kenya Defending Forces and the world champion Helen Obiri.
And so there is your podium: Helen Obiri, Beatrice Mutai, and Beatrice Chepkoech. That's the podium. Of the women's 10-kilometer race. And as usual, all event sponsors, they want their presence known, and that's what they've got to do, and they get that photo opportunity. Senator Professor Margaret Kamar, Governor Shang, the Indian High Commissioner, sponsors representative, now shaking hands with the athletes who were at the top of the women's, senior women's 10-kilometer race. So that's just part of the crowd, and you know what? They've started moving as the men start making their way. The leading men start making their way through the crowds. They're just about to come and complete the first lap. But look at the pace that this man has decided to make use of. It's fast by any standards. Nicholas Kosimbe is representing Coast and is the man at the front, while Jeffrey Kamoror, clever, just huddled together with the rest of the people and the crowd. We'll be taking a look at them just as he comes round right here at the Eldoret Sports Club. This is the 4th event of the day, 1 to go. Previously, there used to be 4. This would have been the finale, but now this is not the case. Nicholas Kosimbe taking up that lead early on. Jeffrey Kamoror holding on to that as there is an entire group of young athletes all behind him, all trying to keep up with the pace. 1 lap done, 4 to go. Matthew Kimeli is in that group too. Edward Zakayo, you can pick him out. He's quite one of the easiest athletes to pick out. From the Kenya Defense Forces, you can look out for Jaira Songok and Stephen Narita. They're the ones who will be making their presence felt. The Prisons Gang, Muneria and the likes. So those are the back markers. The leading group is the one that you can see in that different picture right now as they make their way round. And already that gap is closing. Nicholas Kosimbe having made an early push to move forward. This has changed all along. But just look at the group behind him, because that's the one that's important as they go round and try to go up there. Everyone's asking, what about an athlete from the coast? Well, it's basically where you decide to affiliate yourself to. That's one of the greatest things that you can come across when it comes to athletics. Everyone will say, I can participate anywhere. You can be from Wajir and you affiliate yourself with Nyanza South, which is basically Kisii, Nyamira, Migori counties. So those three counties in Homa Bay County, Nyanza North, you can pick up Kisumu, Siaya, and parts of Busia County. So it depends with where you want to affiliate yourself with. You're free to do that. Nobody's forcing you or join the forces. and you'll be tied down to one team for life. So there are the athletes, as you just take a look at them, as we see more of the back markers having been burnt out, as the other athletes are inside. They are all looking at how these people are performing. That little hill you're seeing is just one of those that I've got, you will come across on this track. That's, a straightforward change of elevation. As you see Ubadinta, that's a man you saw, as
Ladies and gentlemen, the runner that has just passed in front of you is making with money because he's a pilot for the huge jumbo jet 77 airliner, cargo airliner, Boeing 777 airliner cargo.
So
the KLM airliner.
International He sues
and he carries from Amsterdam all the way to
So those are the people who are leading the cheering from the Kenyan Defense Forces, the National Police Service, and also the Kenyan prisons. And also making his way around the course, that is Gert Brian, who's a pilot, runs in that Kenyan singlet. And he's running when he is not flying planes. Loves his running, and he's made a name for it. And yeah, he's found his way with Athletics Kenya. Find something crazy and you could just get into it, so long as you do the 5 laps and get prepared to burn out. As we can see that the leading group of athletes now is making their way. You can see just over the posts, there's a set of bobbing heads as they make their way. Talking about the group that probably has got Kamorora as they come down to take their second, complete their second lap of this 5-lap event, 5 laps around this course.
Nakumbuka is a silver medalist kule in 2015 Beijing World Championship alituletea nishani ya fedha.
And there is the set of leading athletes, and just looking at the color, you can see that there's Edward Zakayo there, there's Jeffrey Kamoror, who's just tucked somewhere in behind. Basseton. So that's a leading group. Also in it there is Stanley Wadak running for Central, staying with them. And by the way, if you look at the feet of these athletes, you will think that they're bare feet. They're not running bare feet. There is a mud pit that is changing the face and the way their feet look like. You'd think that they've got no shoes on. But they... And then also in that group, the young Ronex Kipruto is in it too. But the current leader in that race, we've got Isaac Temoy also huddled inside that leading group. 2 laps done. Ronex Kipruto, this man over 10 kilometers is crazy. African champion, I've got to tell you, over that distance. And he's trying to make his presence felt over those seasoned athletes. And Roger Squemoy, also another one to look out for. As you can see the back markers, and way behind them is the leading pack who are making their way around.
pia yuko pale. Kuna chat anaongelea pia Wakristo nimeona.
As we can see the leading pack now. And suddenly, there is a surge forward by Ronex Kipruto. Wants to upset this apple cart, changing everything as it is, but that's a leading pack of athletes. While these others are the ones who are trailing. Leonard Barston is just outside there, but it's Jeffrey Kamoror as these athletes get to the halfway point of this event. As we see more of the backmarkers, everybody just trying, and Nicolas Kosimbe, who decided to take an early lead, just has felt the pressure of it as everything has gone sideways for him in that race. He's now fallen way back on the track. His compatriot Lamek Mwakio also there.
Basi hawa wanariadha
well, Deputy President William Ruto getting all the attention that he can get with the governors and the VIPs as well around him. Governor Mandago and Governor Sang just next to him. Sitting right in the middle, and he's got a great view of everything that is happening there. The athletics action, this is what has pulled this huge crowd to the Eldoret Sports Club. I know the organizers knew about it as Gert Brian makes his way down the running track. It looks like he's got some gingerly run, but he keeps running, and I'm trying to wonder if the leading group does catch up with him. At what point will they do that? They're into their third lap. He's completing his second lap. In this, on this track, it is number one, very dry, and then made worse by the fact that there is a mud pit. Then it's not a cool day in Eldoret. It's actually a very hot day in Eldoret.
We have been told by Monique of our top runners. We have, of course, Eliud Kipchoge is here, Premier is here,
So there you have Gabriel. He's making his way slowly around that, but I can tell you that, yeah, the activity is all focused on one group, and that is a group that should be somewhere in the lead, and that is where they're going to show up from, and you can tell from the noise all around. There they are, they make their way, and already you can see those who are holding out. There are 6 of them. Kamoror is inside there, Oryx is there. So this young man who thought they would deal with people like Jeffrey Kamoror, they're having a real hard time on this course. It's turning out to be tough for them as they go through this haystacks and go around.
National Police Service anaongoza akifuatiwa na Central
So that's the leading group. Kamoror is inside that group. from Emmanuel Ruto, Ronex Kipruto, all inside there. And so everything has changed and this field has been spread out. As you so it's down to Kamoron, Ronex Kipruto from North Rift. So how are they going to handle this? Let's see how that leading pack is going to form around itself. So there is that leading pack. What is it that people like Ronex Kipruto and Jeffrey Kamworor can do? You can see that they are now down to 5 of them and the pace is picking up. There they are, they take that bend. It's down to 6 of them, so everything has changed. Looks like if they were to use the old system of the first 6 past the line, then it would be easy for them. But look, it's National Police Service versus North Rift in this event. So Jeffrey Kamworor has got his work cut out against Ronex Kipruto. He's giving him a run for his money. But all these other youngsters who are out there, you know, pretenders to the throne, they just have a hard time running around this course. So the leading group making its way, they're into their third. They've done their third lap. So you can imagine with just another 2 laps to go, how stressful it could be for some of these people. So there they are, the crowd just cheering them on, just observing them. This is running country, if you were to say that. It's a place where athletes train a lot. They live around this town, they train around this town, the other one being Itenda, also around Kapsabet. So the athletes see a lot of this, and it's time to see them compete against each other, not just on television, but also live. It's not every day that you get to see races like this in a closed environment, and it's not track. All the others are usually road races, but think of the other cross-country meetings that may be there, but people just do love them. I can tell you that the crowd here at the Eldoret Sports Club, just a look at the crowd, I don't know which places would pull off such a crowd.
We back again at the National Stadium for the First Lady Half Marathon on 10th March, to be held on 10th March. And remember, our Deputy President participates in First Lady Half Marathon. Last year, the last one, he was kind of confused by the route markers. He was doing 10, but he had to do 21. In one of the races in China, 200 people, they had done no customer. Because when we carried it, something was great. We are witnessing the 23rd edition. The 23rd edition of the National Camp Trials for the World Cross-Country Championship to be held in Aarhus, Denmark. We are here. Mwananchi upande ule mwingine kuna mabadiliko. Basi mambo vile ni kwamba Central Rift, kumbuka Central Rift ndio host wa mashindano haya. Tayari Gavana Mandago ameanza kuuliza maswali, mambo yatakuwa vipi? Manake sasa amehost na lazima hii ikiwa ni City of Champions, lazima hawa vijana wake wafanye vizuri. Kwa hivyo hawana na kufanya ile kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba wanatoroka na ushindi huu wa kilomita 10, lakini mabadiliko yote yanaweza kutokea. Nikikumbuka kule Kampala, Uganda, kijana TJ alikuwa anaongoza kwa umbali kabisa, lakini kijana huyu wa idara ya polisi ambaye ni Kamworor alileta mabadiliko katika mashindano haya. Kwa hivyo leo Central Rift bado ndio wanatawala hapa mbele.
There we have got the leading group can see Jeffrey Kamoror and the Rolex Kipruto all trying to give this man a very tough one. 4 laps down. And at the moment, youngsters like Edwards Zakaya, where are they on this course? They have been burnt out in this event. So as they come round, Kamoror and here they are as they go round. As we can see that now Jeffrey Kamoror for Tripolis is leading them as the bell goes. It's a final lap of this 10-kilometer men's race at the National Cross Country Championships. As you can see the athletes who are now in the trailing pack going around it. But the leading pack is the one that you can see just behind them, and everyone is cheering them on, and the pace has been upped. Who is going to have the killer kick? And already Jeffrey Kamoror has decided he's going to lay down the law. This is a man who is made for all surfaces. He's won the World Half Marathon Championships twice, 3 times. He's won the World Cross Country Championships twice. He's a man who's simply unstoppable. And right now, going for another National Cross Country Championships title. So there he is, Jeffrey Kamoror. And what about the youngsters like Ronex Kipruto? What is it that they can do? As you can see, everyone right at the end, and just close to that is a finishing line. And the athletes are still trying to make their way around this course, and as they get to that point, they do get to hear the sound of the bell. It's an indication that it's a final lap, but it is that leading group that has got everything to go about it. Jeffrey Kamoror, 2015 champion in the cross country, the World Cross Country Championships. He won it, retained his title in 2017, and the question is, can he make it a triple, or what would I call, yes, a double, triple? So, 2 cross-country championships and 3 World Half Marathon Championships. Can this man who just turned 26 in November have a great time? Remember, he's also been a World Junior Champion, and that was way back in Punta Umbre in 2011. Everyone knew him as Jeffrey Kipsang then. He did not use the name Jeffrey Kamoror until he decided, hey, let me go throw my things, try my luck at the Half Marathon Championships, and that was in 2013, and that has been a great moment for him all the time, a great moment for him. So it's down to the final lap of this event, and just take a look at those men. Those are not the leaders, those are the back markers. So you can just tell by their pace. The people you should be looking out for should be Kamoror, Kipruto also in that leading pack. So it's going to be that fast. The leading group of fast people. And the crowd that you can see there all charged and waiting to see some of these great athletes. And yes, I can tell you, just by the looks and the excitement of it, there's some very interesting activity happening. Just look out for that picture. As you see on that picture, some athletes will be coming out. As you can see, the crowds who are there all looking, just waiting to see one man, you know, come through those tapes as they head to the final 300 meters of this course. And so who's going to be the first one out of it? The activity that you can see people moving across is just an indication that there is something that's just about to happen. Everyone seems to move around with them. So you can see even the athletes and the officials are running and the clapping. It's just an indication that it's all coming down to the final 300 meters. And yes, Amos Kirui from South Rift. Well, there is an upset. He's representing South Rift and he's the man who's right up at the front, and it's a single file. Just look at Amos Kirui as he makes his way around the course. He's just decided that, hey, things have got to change. Amos Kirui making a run for the finish line. Well, in this course, everyone's tired, everyone's scorched by the sun. The surface is hard. Sticking with him. Well, Amos Kirui is the man who's on the track as he makes his way around that bend. How's this going to be? As the youngsters have decided that probably, oh yes, Jeffrey Kamworor just may not have it, but Amos Kirui has broken away. So he makes his salute and he makes his charge forward, and then he's going to win that as Amos Kirui makes his way to the finish line. He is going to be the national cross-country champion of the year 2019. Let's take a look at the person who's going to finish in second place. BIP 264, that is Evans Keitani, and then Richard Kimunyan finishing in third place, Jeffrey Kamworor finishing in fourth. So some of those people who really thought they had it coming their way, well, they've got the surprises of their lives. Ronex Kipruto, not in that leading gang, but you can tell that he really felt it. Ronex Kipruto finishing in fifth, but you can tell that the competition was so heavy, and Amos Kirui has decided, listen, everything can be changed. Jeffrey Kamworor finishing in the top 6, but he is not on the podium at the National Cross Country Championships. All the challenges that these athletes go through in training and everything, you can tell that Jeffrey Kamworor, who totally dominated the police service championships, had a really hard time. Well, there's still one more event as we wait for Amfarapidi, who's got Amos Kirui on standby. So it's down to Amfa, who's got the winner of this year's national championships at the 10-kilometer senior men's race, Amos Kirui.
Well, the big race, the senior men's race coming to an end style. Many were really looking forward to the likes of Geoffrey Kamworor winning the championships. But unfortunately, for the likes of Kamworor, it's not been the case. A new kid on the block, Amos Kirui, winning this. Amos, congratulations. And how was it?
Thank you. It was nice race. I thank God for this race. I've been preparing for this, and I've did it.
When you were starting the race, did you expect you'd beat the likes of Geoffrey Kamworor, the likes of Ronex, Edward Zakayo, very big names? Were you expecting this result?
No, I was just expecting to make the team, but I was not expecting to win.
But you're expecting to be among the 4?
Yes.
What was the game plan?
The game plan was just to be behind them until the end.
Because you stayed with him all the way in the last. That's when you picked in, and was that the strategy to keep with them? Last kilometer, go out and burn them out?
Yes, exactly. I was just behind them. Then I was targeting after, when we are approaching to finish, I'll have to keep it the best.
So you your final kick as your strong point?
Yes.
What about high altitude? Has it affected you in any way?
No, I'm training in high altitude, so it was nice for me.
Now that you've made the team, what can Kenyans expect? Because you have other big names, the likes of Geoffrey Kamolo in lead, the young Ronnie Skipruto. What can Kenyans expect?
I just expect any medal. When we go there, I will do the best.
Are we likely to see any strategies, teamwork in terms of going out there, sacrificing one of your own to probably win a medal for Kenya?
Yes, exactly. We are going there, going as a team. So when we are in the camp, we have to plan our game.
What do you make of the course? The first time it's held outside the normal, Nairobi Uhuru Gardens course. What do you make of today's course?
This course is a very nice course. I like it.
What about the Mali course and the challenges that were put? Were they very challenging?
It was a bit challenging, but it depends with the training. Yeah.
So basically, the final question: what was the secret for carrying the day?
The secret is just training. We have to train hard so that we shall win easy.
Thank you very much. We wish you all the best. Fantastic. Amos Kirui, the little known, winning this. Ome, over to you, because this is getting interesting by the minute.
Well, that is Amos Kirui, the man who's won the National Cross Country Championships. Well, you can tell from him that, this is not what he expected, but when things do come your way, then you've got to take them in your stride. And remember, being a national champion in Kenya comes with its own pressures. Suddenly, everyone wants you to be the next big thing in athletics. It's one of the burdens that comes with it, and you've also got to lead that. Remember, this man, Amos Kirui, 2016 junior champion in the steeplechase. 2016, he's got the 9 first time. In that distance, and that is over time. You've got to really enjoy this. Find out how well is this man going. 57 discovery cross in this town some years back. But right now, everything going to change. One that's going to take place, and we're talking about the mixed relay, or the universal relay, as the IAAF likes to call it these days. Well, at the moment, I can tell you, even as you see the back markers here, the crowd's all willing to come here to the podium. And that risk is, they really are not aware that there is still one more event. And that event is the universal relays. Looks like there's a squad from some of these discipline forces who are doing the cheering that really did not go down well with the locals. So right now, waiting for the teams that are going to participate in the universal relays. And this is where it now comes down to a battle of, wits between the coaches. How do you put your order? Do you do it woman, woman, man, man? Do you do it man, man, woman, woman? What's your order? As it comes. As we now go down to Amfrapidi for another interview before the universal relays teams come into play.
Well, we are now joined by the runner-up in the just concluded 10K race. This was a very tough one with all the big names, but Amos Kirui winning that in style. Coming up in position number 2 is Evans Keitani. Evans, congratulations. Mbio imekuwa namna gani? Na ikianza ulitarajia pengine utakuwa wa pili kwenye hii race?
Hapana, sikuwa natarajia.
Kwa nini?
Kuna watu kama Barsaton, kana Kamaror.
Siri imekuwa ni nini mpaka ukahakikisha kwamba pengine umepata nafasi ya pili? Hakikisha kwamba ni kusiri, ni kukaa na wao kungoja dakika ya mwisho.
Ndio.
Inakaa ni kama bado una raha sana, ni kama ambayo hujaamini.
Sijaamini kama nimekata timu.
Na sasa tukielekea kule Denmark, Wakenya watarajie yepi?
Waje kwanza tunaenda panga kasa timu.
Itapangwa kama timu. Tunakutakia kila laheri na pongezi sana. Naona bado una raha, nenda mkasherekee. Umemanage kuingia kwenye timu na tunakutakia kila laheri wakati mtaingia kwenye kambi. Wahome, interesting scenes. I mean, not many expected the first two finishers in this race, Amos Kirui and Evans Kaitani, upsetting the very big names, the likes of Basoton, the likes of Geoffrey Kamworor, Edward Zakayo, young one coming up in this, not forgetting the likes of Ronex Kipruto. Very big names in this, but unfortunately, you win some, you lose some. But let's see who makes it to the team. But it promises to be a very formidable team for Kenya in the senior men's race. Over to you, Wahome.
Well, thank you very much, Amfa. We'll be get down to you as we now see the team compositions as we have the universal relays coming up. Well, this is basically a mixed relay, and this is what happens. You've got teams participating.
Coast wanafuata Eastern, Nyanza South, Nyanza North, North Rift, Nairobi.
So there are the teams that have been called up to participate in the mixed relay.
South Rift.
As they get past there. So Central, they have the options of Zipporah Wanjiro, Janet Tugoro, Lydia and Jerry, Stanley Waidak, Eric Ocharo. Central Rift had the options of Joan Chepkemoi, Lydia Jeruta, Jacob Chukwurira and Justice Soget. That's one to look out for. Agrippina Wali, Josephat Mbella, Boaz Kiprigut and Catherine Maura for Coast. Mary Jambi William, Lloyd Angole, Rosemary Modoni, and Boniface Fundi for Eastern. Christine Chesiro, Diana Cherotich, Bana Kwej, and Duncan Manyara for South, Nyanza South rather. Dorina Kini, Sarah Amondi, Eric Oching, Brian Otieno, Joseph Kelo, and William Chieng for Nyanza North. As you can see, the teams are assembled as they line up there. So what's going to happen next? They're all going to make their way to order, and it's 2 men, 2 women. How the coach decides to arrange them is up to him.
Ladies and gentlemen, kuna mtoto ambaye amepotea na ambiwa toka asubuhi, anatoka Chemalun na ni mtoto wa anaitwa Brian Cheruiyot Sum, anatoka mahali anaitwa Chemalun. Basi huyu mtoto ako na shosho yake na
as the starting athletes are all lined up. The ones you're seeing now, taking their positions aside, are the ones who are going to be running the second legs. Now, how does this work? You're given something like a wristband, and what you do is that you hand it over to your teammates as the race continues. It's not your usual baton. So it's from the first leg, the second leg, the third leg, and the anchor leg. So that's how they keep changing. You drop that outside of the exchange zone and you're gone. We witness how that mixed relay can be interesting. As So you're just looking at the cross-country championships and the format. They are the athletes, and you can see they've picked up the baton. That's not the normal way. It's usually a band on your hand that you exchange. But right now, it's all about the baton, the old way of doing it. Now, what are the rules? There's an exchange zone within which you've got to change it. And it is there that if an athlete picks it within the zone, it's legal, and you continue outside of it, that's a violation. So there they are. As there is a big cheer coming from somewhere. It'll be interesting to see what happens there. So, look at it. Yeah. Oh, that's brilliant. Well, he's finished and we're just about to start another race. Having found himself, just made his mark in the country and finished that 10-kilometer run in his coaching Eldoret son. So, final event of the day, and this is the universal relay.
To South Africa, from South Africa to Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Amewacha ndege JKA, sasa yuko hapa Eldoret. Tunaomba asipate injury ili aweze kurusha hiyo ndege akirudisha maji alipotoka. Wenzangu, bila shaka tuko sawa. Basi Mungu asante. Steve Mwariki kule mbele. Basi hapa wenzangu ni kwamba vile ziko tayari na naona timu zote ni kama zimeamua kuanza na kina dada. Naona timu zote na zingine zinaanza na wanaume. Na tumeanza wanaume tupu. Mzunguko mmoja pale kuanza na kina dada. Mzunguko mmoja mwaneti, mzunguko mmoja kilomita 2 ya kuweza kuwakabili wenzao. Twende kazi. Sasa kina dada ndio watafuata sasa. Kumbuka wanaume ndio wanaanza sasa. Kila timu inajitetea hapo. Kumbuke kule Kampala, Uganda, tuliweza kushinda mbio hizi za kilomita 2 mara 4 ikipokezana vijiti. Na hapa je, tunatafuta timu ambayo inatuwakilisha kule. Naona officials wakianza kuchukua nafasi yao, tukitarajia kwamba shindano hili litakuwa ngumu kabisa kubashiri washindi. Na kwa hivyo, kuna mtu ameniuliza hii shindano, wewe ukiwa coach unapanga namna gani? Mpango ni wako, ukitaka kuanza na msichana, ukitaka kuanza na mwanaume, mambo ni yako tu mwenyewe. Unaangalia strength, nguvu. So naona wanaume wameanza kutoa vumbi. Naona coach mwanetu wa mwakilishi wa coach. Naona shabiki wa coach yuko hapa, anasema timu yake ni ya coach. Bila shaka coach. Haya, kule mbele magereza wanaongoza. Kule mbele ni magereza, National Police, Central Rift. Na coach hapa ndio Steven anaendelea Central Rift, nisisahau. What was today? Moniki, thank you very much. I know you are a coach. Mashabiki wanauliza, ulionaje ile 10K? Central Rift walichukua maana gani? Bila shaka. Tushapata results. Tushapata results. Kumbuka ya kwanza ilienda South Rift. Ya pili Central Rift. Kumbuka Roger Chomoi. Yeye kule katika mashindano ya vijana. He won a gold for Kenya in the 10,000 meters. Also the Gold Coast. He won a bronze medal for Kenya. So today he has made the national cross Team Kenya. Team Kenya to Ahus. Ni wakati wa kupeana zawadi sasa. Basi tunamuuliza kwa heshima Gavana wa Uasin Gishu, Mheshimiwa Mandago, sindikishwa na mkuu wa Lotto Foundation na mkupenda head of Lotto Foundation, Dr. John Maora, na hali kadhalika Honorable Stanley Ketis, Gavana Baringo, kuweza kuwakabidhi zawadi washindi wa kilomita 10 senior. Ladies and gentlemen, we now requesting Honorable Mandago, the Governor of Gishu County, escorted by Head of Lotto Foundation, Dr. John Maora,
Honorable Sunday Caprice, kulingana na Baringo.
Katika nafasi ya sita ni Ronex Kibruto. Ronex Kibruto akiwakilisha Northridge. Nafasi ya tano ni Jofrey Kamoro. Ni timu nyani sasa anapewa. Alafu nafasi ya tatu.
Thank you very much, Wahome, on the other side at the OB van. Very interesting scenes indeed, and when we said that we have the champions here, then we meant it, because joining me now is none other than the world record holder in the 800 meters, King David, they call him, the man who proved that Kenya are no pushovers when it comes to matters 800 meters. David Rudisha himself here in the home of champions to give others that moral support and to also witness this historical moment where for the first time the world cross-country team will be named outside of Nairobi, coming to us in Gishu County. David, congratulations and nice to see you. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine.
You've been so lost. What have you been up to?
Yeah, I'm not that lost. Just doing my training. This is the beginning of the season, so we're just at the stage of preparation.
Well, the World Championships are coming up later on in the year in Doha, Qatar. Are we expecting to see King David back in what he does best? Many say, I also believe that King David is a championship material.
Yeah, sure. Last year I was out of track because I had some problem with injuries, and this is the challenge that I've been facing, and I've been working on it. And hopefully, this year, if everything goes well for me, I'll definitely be back and bouncing again on the track.
Well, we'll be wishing you all the best, and we'll always be rooting for you. The question is, what do you make of the championships today here in Uasin Gishu County for the first time? Have you been impressed by what's been going on?
Yeah, this is actually very exciting. This is the first time Eldoret is hosting these national championships, national cross country, and every other time it has been held in Nairobi, but we know this is the home of champions. This is where the champions are, and as you can see today, the atmosphere it's fantastic because everyone is here. They are, they're excited, cheering and supporting the teams and the athletes who are participating today. And I think this is one of the best things because sports is all about bringing, sport closer to the people on the ground.
Bringing it closer to the people on the ground is the key thing, and it's happened because the massive turnout that has been witnessed here at the Eldoret Sports Ground clearly shows that here the fans love and they're closer to the sport. We've seen many athletes being surprised. In the senior men, nobody saw the likes of Evans Kaitani and Amos Kirui beating the likes of Geoffrey Kamworor. Did you expect this?
Yeah, actually, we love these athletes, and Geoffrey Kamworor has been a fantastic athlete, especially in cross country, winning over the previous years. But, this is a great challenge because these guys, it means that sport is very competitive, and young guys are also picking up, and they are ready, they are energetic, determined, even to challenge the senior. So it is fantastic, and this is what all about sport. This is full of surprises.
Full of surprises, the young ones always coming up, surprising everyone. David, you've been there before, and you will still be there. There is this argument that winning Kenyan trials is normally tougher than going out there in major championships. Do you agree?
Yeah, Kenya is always very competitive, and sometimes, winning here is even tougher than winning gold medal in the international arena. So what I just want to say is that let them keep that focus and determination during this small, short period of time before the competition out there, and I motivate them just to feel like it's just like any other competition when they go out there, because I think Kenya is much tougher than any other competition.
Kenya tougher and getting stronger by the day. What do you make of young upcoming Edward Zakayo?
He's a good athlete, you know. I've even met him just after he finished, and we do encourage, and we are always happy to see young guys coming up and being at that world stage and making some good challenge, and we motivate even young more to come in future.
Well, David, the world 800 meters record lies in the country. The 3,000 meters ladies steeplechase lies in the country. The world marathon lies in the country. Are we likely to see more records coming home?
Hopefully, you know, Kenya is a powerhouse of athletics, and today even we have all these current three world record here today. So it's amazing. There is nowhere you can find an event whereby it's full of Olympic champions, world record holder like this. So it's a very special occasion, and we know Kenya are the best, and we believe even in future we'll have more records, and young guys coming will break more records.
What a way to do it. David, congratulations once again for that 800-meter world record that still stands. And as you rightly put it, all the records are here today. David Rudisha himself is here. Beatrice Chepkoech is here. Not forgetting Eliud Kipchoge himself is here. So all those three world records are at the Eldoret Sports Club, and it's courtesy of KBC Channel 1 that you can get to learn all this. Thank you very much, David. We wish you all the best. Well, when we say we interact with champions, we do interact with champions. Former javelin champion also with me here, none other than Julius Yego, the man himself. Julius, nice seeing you also here to history in the making. For the first time, World Cross Country Championship team selected outside Nairobi for the first time, and you're also here to be part of history.
Yeah, of course, you know, it's a big thing, you know, the World Cross Country trial is being done in Eldoret, so the event itself has been brought home. You know, remember, it's been being done in Nairobi, and, you know, but this time around, I want to say to AK, that was a big thought, and, you know, they should do this like many times. As they say, next year again, maybe in Kisii, so you can see, we can do it that every now and then. No, we will have... you know, we are taking the event to the real people, you know, like Eldoret is the home of these people. Kisii also is well known for, you know, long distance, so you see, it's a big thing.
When Julius says Kisii is the home of big champions, we are talking of the likes of Helen Obiri coming from Kisii. Yego, the World Championships coming up later in the year in Doha, Qatar. Are we seeing Yego coming back?
Yes, as you can see, I'm almost shaping up, and, you know, I'm praying that this time round I don't get you know, any injury, because it's 2 years I've been out with injury, but for now I think I'm ready. I feel okay, I feel strong again, and I will come back.
Well done, Julius. We'll have to release you because we have to get back to what's happening back on the field, but thank you very much. Well, it's been very, very interesting. The champions are here, the world record holders are here. As at now, the relays ongoing. Wahome, over back to you so that we get to know what's happening from the relay front. Remember, it is the mixed relay, 2 men, 2 ladies. It's a new one, but this has to be done. Wahome, over to you to let us know what's happening with the relays that are going on. This is the last event of the day. Then finally, we get to know who represents Kenya to Denmark later on in the month. That's on 30th of March. Enjoy, Wahome, over to you.
Sasa nafasi ya pili ni Central Rift, wako nafasi ya pili. Kuja timu ya Nyanza wanachukua nafasi ya 3. National Police nafasi ya 4. North Rift nafasi ya 5. Nafasi ya 6 ya 7 Magereza.
Manangoi ndio huyo.
Haya. Sijui itakuwa namna gani, hiyo mbio ni moto zaidi.
Ni kweli.
Iko gap kubwa Mwaniki.
Timothy Cheriot.
And in second place in Central Rift, third place is Nyanza, and then we've got the National Police Service. So there you are, and running for the Defense Forces right now is Charles Simoto.
Anaweza kupunguza lile pengo.
Studio.
Basi wananchi
We've got Elijah Manangoi, who's running for the National Police Service. He's got lots of ground to cover. He's a 1,500 meter runner, and he is one of the most, effective there. So the last batons have been handed as those athletes come there. What you can see there is that leading pack as they try to close the gap. How is this going to work for these athletes? Remember, it's the order that you choose, whether it's man, woman, or man-woman. Remember, there is Mbithe, who's running for the National Police Service, and just from the commentary position, which is not far off from where, the exchange is happening, you can tell that it's all about that. Remember, and in the mixed relay in Kampala last year.
Huduma ya kwanza yahitajika upande ule mwingine. Pale karibu na Tenza exhibition tafadhali. Huduma ya kwanza inahitajika mbele ya magari ya tafadhali. First aiders. Riadha tafadhali ambaye anahitaji usaidizi upande ule mwingine.
You have it. Well, telling you about how it went down on the 26th of March 2017, 2 years ago in Kampala, and in that mixed relay, it was quite an interesting one, with basically Kenya winning that event. The time was 22 minutes, 22 seconds, 8 clear of Ethiopia. Asbel Kiprop doing the opening leg, and then Winfred Mbidi taking the second one, Bernard Koros doing the third leg, and Beatrice Chepkoech anchoring it. So that's how it went down, and now the athletes all going around this course, 2 kilometers of it, and then you hand over. So it's really fast, it's burning themselves out. If you take a look at the athletes at the exchange zone, which will be happening, then you will notice that they are really going sideways. So it's the mixed relay, and everyone's looking out for the leading group, and it's the Kenya Defense Forces who are at the lead. Well, at their championships, people saw a different, Helen Obiri, they really saw what kind of form she was in. Top form, heavy form, also good. Winnie Chebet stretching her legs out. As you can see, that the crowd is all there, all anticipating, trying to find out who's going to be there. So there is a lot of So as we see some of the backmarkers, and now we've got the leading man from the Kenya Defense Forces going around, and it's going to be the anchor leg. He's bound himself out, and he's got a grab of over 100 meters. And so this is going to be a crazy battle as we get into the final leg. The Kenya Defense Forces have a gap that is huge, and everyone's noticed it. So how is this going to go down as we take a look at these athletes who are also coming in? Charles Moto, it's going to be the last one. So the Kenya Defense Forces now handing over. The anchor leg is going to be run by Winnie Chebet, and Elijah Manangoi is now in that great place for the National Police Service. So the National Police Service are next, and Mbithe, the one who did leg 2 for the National Police Service. Can't she just pull this one off? Prisons have taken over 3rd place. So how is this going to go down? And this is going to be an interesting one. All the 3 teams have got women running the final leg. But just look at the women and find out and see how the exchange is happening and how tired the athletes are. Just take a look at that and you can see everyone just going flat on the ground because it's running hard and burning yourself out 100%. So the leading group now is the Kenya Defense Forces, who are up there. Mbide, away, 100 meters plus behind. As the Kenya Defense Forces, they've got a clear lead in that race. The gap is so huge. The prison service, what can they do about this? Caroline B. Ward for that. Ankalek, how fast can they run? Omboy has also been running. So the Kenya Defense Forces have run away with this one, and everyone is just wondering, how do we catch up with this? And let's see how this is going to go down. The experience of the mixed relays with Mitha is there, but she's been overtaken. Tabitha Wamboy and Peter also doing that. So the final exchanges that we can see. Where are the rest of the crowd? Well, the leading group has gone into running towards the mud pit. Everyone running hard. You can imagine running 2,000 meters on this course with its obstacles at a pace that is slightly faster than that of the 1,500 meters. As Deputy President William Ruto with one young man and who lost his arm, but yeah, it's an opportunity for him having a conversation. But there's Deputy President. Oh, that baton has been dropped, and that means they're out. You drop the baton, you're out of it, so it doesn't matter anymore if you're going to run that leg. All you will get is DSQ, disqualified. That's what it's going to read on that result slip. As you can see, everyone having lined up with all their goodies. As the Deputy President just watching the proceedings, waiting for that final push to the finish line. But remember, this is a battle between it's the Kenya Defense Forces who've taken this, and the selection for the mixed relay team is going to be done by a panel of coaches. They've got to look at who was running in which leg. Well, these are the tail enders, Nyanza North, and they do hand over their baton, and that is it for them. That's the last of the group of athletes. So all we're waiting for is the final push, and this is the athletes who will become the lead athlete, and that's from the Kenya Defense Forces. A lot of activity expected from them. Under normal circumstances, these athletes do something like 6 minutes a lap. But at these times, well, they do something like 5 minutes 25. And that's a tail ender making his way around the course. But at the moment, it's a final lap. All the exchanges have been done since one that was dropped. And so it's the final athletes, the ones who are going to be, you know, crowned the champions. And remember, this is a team event. So the Kenya Defense Forces are going to walk away with this unless something drastic happens. The final 300 meters is everything, as we still take a look at the picture of that tail ender. So where is the action next from the group that is right at the front? The Kenya Defense Forces are the ones who are leading, and everyone wants to see. Everybody waiting for that final surge by the Kenya Defense Forces. Runner who's doing the anchor leg, you can win it a bet as they're about to come to a close. And after this, we're going to have the national team being named. And that is a point. And there we are. It is the final leg, and you can tell from that she's really taken a beating, and she's running. She slowed down hand. How close are the opponents? She had a gap of about 100 meters on the prison service and the police service. But look at this. It's going to be crazy. Who thought this would happen? From a gap of about 100 meters and everyone's cheering. Just look at Mbithe. She's got the experience of running at the World Cross Country Championships in the mixed relay. And she's done it. The National Police Service, from a gap of 100 meters, have taken this. And over the haystacks she goes. Well, who thought about it? Maybe that third leg by Elijah Manangoi did work well for that. But just look at this. Be there. Who would have thought it? The National Police Service, their flag is flying high, and she goes round that bend. How strong can she be? Can she hold on to this? How we see her at the finish line is going to be another interesting one. As she makes the final surge, and she gets some little bit of cheering on from the crowd. Elijah Manangoi is next to her, the man who did leg 3, and tells her, keep going, keep going. And there is Mbithe. Look at her. She did the second leg for Kenya, and they went on to win. And now she's going to lead the National Police Service to the national title in the mixed relay, the universal relay. And what a run that has been in the final lap. And now it's a battle for second place. Can the Kenya Defense Forces hold on to this? Well, they do, and the Kenya Defense Forces take second place, walking over that, and not Rift, that is it. But look at all the athletes, all tend to be staggering, with the prison service taking 4th place. As all the athletes now move forward, and suddenly there is a rush to the podium. Well, it's just turned chaotic. Here at the Eldoret Sports Club. And definitely everyone wants to have a feel of what's happening at the VIP area. Definitely the very president in his hometown. So you can see that at the VIP area, everyone is a little bit relaxed, but at the finish, it's just turned chaotic. You can see that from your pictures. And General Tuwei has got concerns of his own. And Governor Mandago also having to move forward and ask the people, hey, what exactly is going on here? That rush forward definitely was expected with a huge number of people who are here at the Eldoret Sports Club. The mixed relay going with the National Police Service. What a run by Mbithe. She's just proved that she is really, she does understand this event. As we take a look at what's happening at the podium, because after this we're going to have the presentation for the mixed relay and the naming of Team Kenya to the World Cross Country Championships. So all activity will be focused. as everything now falls down. Everyone knew that the race has come to a finish. But the rush towards the finish area really did mess the race. You really wouldn't know what course to follow, because once the National Police Service finished the race and everyone knew it was done and the prison service were done, then even all those who were on the track just saw the course. Unless they had it in their minds, then I don't know how they would run it, because it just turned out to be a little bit of a mess. Not anticipated, but a lesson for anyone who's going to host a cross-country championships outside Nairobi, outside of a controlled area. This has turned out to be something different. So what we're waiting for, the presentation of the final awards, as everybody makes their way, trying to deal with the protocol and security issues around it, so that the awards can be done and everything happens as quickly as possible. What's going to follow is the naming of the team. It's going to represent the country, the World Cross-Country Championships. All that I can say is like a names. First four cross the line, and then the rest. We're going to be selected by the athletics committee. So, President,
run by the National Police Service, the likes of Elijah Manangoi anchoring the team, to beating KDF, who had set up a very, very good, good split between them. But National Police coming back and winning. Elijah Manangoi, first and foremost, congratulations, Elijah.
Thank you so much.
How was the race?
It was actually good. The weather is good today, and we ran clean, and actually we have managed to defend our title for the relays team. So I'm the happiest man, because this is my first time to represent police national team in trials, and we've won it. So I'm really happy, and we had a very strong team, police championship. We beat our opponent KDF and prisons, Kenya prisons. So we are really happy, because now we are event champions 3 times.
All right, well, congratulations, Elijah, and we hope you make the team. I'm told I have to release you as I remain with her, to just ask her. Congratulations. Habari gani? How was the race?
The race was fine.
Congratulations. I'm told I have to release you as well. We have to release you. Thank you very much. Well, it's all happening here at the Eldoret Sports Club, where the National Police Service winning the mixed relays in style, having beaten their arch rivals, Kenya Defence Forces. We could not talk much with them, because they are in a hurry to be, just being ushered in to be named into the team. We'll have to wait and see who gets it. Right now, back to you, Wahome, for the rest of the program.
Hello.
So, right now, it's time for the final presentations, the naming of the team, and also the rest expected from the Deputy President. Let's just join down, people who are down at the podium, to get on with the program.
Wale walishinda mpaka position 6 wawe karibu kuanza kuita team. Your Excellency, sir, President wa Athletics Kenya, maofficials wote, magovernors ambao wa hapa na wageni waheshimiwa, ningependa sasa niite timu ambayo itawakilisha nchi yetu katika mashindano ya World Cross Country kule Denmark. Teams. Wanariadha.
Haya, wale teams.
Well, at the moment, what's happening is that we're going to have the teams being named. And the man who's speaking right now is the presentation for the relays. So Mr. Evans Bosire, the PRO Athletics Kenya, is there. He's the man who's speaking.
Number 1, 2, 3, mkuje mbele ili muweze kusawadiwa. Meanwhile, tunaita timu zote mkuje karibu ili tuweze kutangaza timu ya taifa. Relays, please.
Team ya KDF number 2.
And the winners of the 43rd edition Universal Relays National Police Service wameokolewa na Mbithe. Unajua Mbithe ana experience sana, aliweza kutuwakilisha. Bila shaka KDF walikuwa wameenda nayo, lakini Mbithe akabadilisha game. Basi mambo ndio hivyo, and that's how the Universal Relays goes. Ukifika kule mambo yanabadilika. Asante sana. Thank you very much, President Athletic Kenya, ukiwa naye Honorable Nanok, Governor wa Turkana, kwa kuweza kuwakabidhi zawadi washindi wa relays. Na rudisha bomba kwake PRO.
Asanteni sana. Wakati huu nataka kumuita the Senior Vice President Athletics Kenya, Congratulations, the winners. Congratulations. I now want to call upon the Senior Vice President of Athletics Kenya, Bwana Paul Mutui, to proceed with team naming. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. PRO. Nilikuwa nimesema kama sasa ni wakati wa kuita team, na tunaanza na under 20 women. Wafuatao ndiye tunawataka na wakuja haraka hapa kama vile naita Beatrice Chebet, Betty Chepkemoi.
Well, what we're having now is the naming of the teams that will represent Kenya at the World Cross Country Championships by AK Senior Vice President Paul Mutui. Let's listen to in as the teams are named.
Marshallers, where are these athletes? Beatrice Chebet, Betty Chepkemoi, Jacqueline Rotich, Agnes Mwikali, Lydia Ruto, and Mercy Chepkoril. It's wise I even read the names of the boys under 20 so that they start coming. Samuel Chebo, Emmanuel Kiprotich, Leonard Bet, Edwin Kiosk, Charles Karuri, Kibet Kadie. Inua mkono nikiita jina lako. Beatrice Chebet, Betty Chepkemoi, wapi huyo? Jacqueline Rotich, Agnes Mwikali, Lydia Jeruto, Mercy Chepkoril. One more. Okay. Under 20 men, Samuel Chebo, Emmanuel Kiprotich, Leonard Bet, Edwin Kiosk, Charles Karuri, Kibet Kandie. Wapi hao wane? Senior women, Helen Obiri, Beatrice Mutai, Beatrice Chepkoech, Deborah Samuel, Eva Cherono, and Lilian Kasaiti. Senior men, Amos Kirui, Evans Keitani, Rogers Kwemoi, Richard Kimunyan, Geoffrey Kamurol, and Ronex Kipruto. Relay, mixed relay, men, Conseslus Kipruto, Elia Manangoi, Charles Simatwa. Women, Jacinda Muya, Winifred Bide, Agnes Tirop. Men relay, Conseslus Kipruto, Elia Manangoi, Charles Matra. Women, Jacinda Muya, Winifred Bide, Agnes Tirop. I'm seeing men under 20, only 2. Samuel Chebo, Emmanuel Kiprotich. The 2 men, Kamamuko, raise up your hands. Under 20.
Bas, asante sana Bwana Mutui.
Sorry, not yet.
Sawa.
Oh.
As they are coming,
yeah.
As they are coming to save time. Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, tafadhali ni tusikizane kidogo. Wageni wote ambao wamekuja, Your Excellency sir, hapo ndio tumefika kiwango ya mwisho ya wakati ya leo, wakati tumechagua timu ambayo wataenda huko Aarhus, Denmark, kwenda kurepresent Kenya tarehe 30 mwezi wa 3 ambaye inakuja. Tusikizane kidogo. Your Excellency, baada ya hii tutachukua hii team kwenda Kigari huko upande wa Embu, Kigari Teachers College, ambaye tunaenda kutrain mwezi mmoja. Alafu baada ya hiyo tarehe 27 watatoka Kenya kwenda mpaka Denmark, alafu mashindano inakuwa tarehe 30 mwezi ambaye hiyo inakuja. So hiyo ndio team ambaye tumechagua. Pia Your Excellency, tunataka ku-encourage Kenyans ambaye wanataka kwenda huko. Na tunasema ya kwamba wale ambao wanataka kwenda, kwa sababu there is a lot of interest kutoka wana Kenya, ambaye tumepata a lot of interested groups and interested individuals. Kama mkitaka kwenda huko, you make your own arrangements, and the accommodation may be available, because Aarhus is a small city of 300,000 people. So it is actually smaller than Eldoret. Now accommodation is a little bit of a challenge. Now weather itakuwa 6 degrees Celsius. So ni winter. Kama mnataka kwenda huko, it is going to be winter, so you got to be ready. Otherwise, we will take this team, and we want to thank you, Your Excellency, for coming. We want to thank the government of Kenya for the support that we have received in all these arrangements na kila kitu. Kwa hayo machache, Your Excellency, we want to wish you well, and we say thank you once again. Allow me now to call the governor of Uasin Gishu, who is the host, aje aendelee na hiyo program ingine. Asante sana.
Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, viongozi, wanariadha na mashabiki wa mbio, amjambo. Your Excellency yangu atakuwa machache, sisi tulikuwa tumeongea, lakini hapa tumeungana na governors hawa ambao mmewaona na waheshimiwa wabunge. Na Your Excellency, sisi nataka kushukuru AK. Kwa mara ya kwanza National Cross Country Trials inafanyika nje ya Nairobi na imeletwa hapa mjini Eldoret, na pia katika sehemu hii ya North Rift ambaye ndio inatoa wanariadha karibu 90% kwa wale wanariadha wanashiriki kwa mbio katika Kenya hii. Your Excellency, labda tu mambo mawili. Kama serikali za county za North Rift, tunaomba mtusaidie kupitia Wizara ya Sports kukamilisha uwanja wa Kipchoge Keino na pia kukamilisha uwanja wa Kamarin kule Elgeyo Marakwet na uwanja wa Kipchoge Keino kule Nandi. Your Excellency, hizi county za North Rift tumesema kama hiyo viwanja vitakamilika, sisi tuko tayari kubid for one international event. County hizi iko na capacity sasa ya kuorganize na kumanage such a function of that nature. In any case, wale wamefaulu hapa, Your Excellency, ndio wanaenda kufaulu kule Denmark. Ingewezekana one time World Cross Country Championships ama World Championships ya marathon iletwe katika Kenya hii, ndio hao wananchi pia waweze kuona wale wanariadha kutoka sehemu zingine. Your Excellency, ya pili tunataka kuomba, kwa sababu tunajua appointments ya boards ni kazi ya rais na wewe. Katika sports Kenya, Your Excellency, tumeona kuna baraza ya directors. Tungeomba kama serikali za county za hii North Rift, mahali wanariadha wanatoka, angaa tukuwe na director moja ama wawili wale walikuwa kwa sport ya kukimbia. Hao watatusaidia kwa maneno ya technical advice hata kwa hiyo board. Na hao wanariadha wale wameretire, kuna wale wako na shahada mbalimbali na kuna wale wame excel exceptionally. Tuko na Patrick Sang ambaye ni coach ya Eliud Kipchoge, and you can see Eliud Kipchoge is reigning the world. Na huyo wako na degree. Akiwekwa kwa hiyo sports Kenya atatusaidia. Tuko na Ngugi, huyu ni mtu 5 times world champion consecutive. Hakuna mtu kama yeye. Hawa wakiingizwa huko ndani watatusaidia kwa maneno ya technical advice na watahakikisha maneno ya mbio na riadha inaenda mbele. Your Excellency, hizi board na usimamizi wa michezo mara mingi hatufaulu kwa michezo zingine kama football, kwa sababu election inafanyika katika kijiji, mtu anatoka huko ati ni delegate ya KFF. By the time anafika county anapigiwa anakuwa chairman. He has no idea what football is, he has no interest, he has no commitment. Wacha tuchague wale watu wameshiriki kwa hiyo michezo, wasimamie hiyo michezo, ndio hizi michezo Kenya hii itaweza kunawiri. Kwa hivyo mimi sitaki kusema kuzidi hapo, tunataka kushukuru. Na ya mwisho, Your Excellency, wakati tunafanya national trials kama hii ni 85% ya maneno ya Denmark. Hawa wanariadha pia serikali kui wa zawadi. Kabla waende wapate ile zawadi ya huko ya milioni 20, hata hapa Kenya 2 million per person is not a bad idea. Hii ni pesa itakuwa invested. And in fact, Your Excellency, hawa wakipata hiyo pesa wakipewa, I can assure you my town will grow. Utaanza kuona hoteli, uone korofa, uone shule. These are investors of this country. Kwa hivyo tunaomba wizara waweke pesa mzuri ya kusawadi hawa wanariadha. Ile nimeona wanapewa leo, sijui hata kama inatosha transport. Ni kama hata transport peke yake kufika nyumbani lazima uongezee lift. But in future, we would like the Ministry of Sports to put a serious budget in rewarding. The other ministry that is supposed to have been here, Your Excellency, ni Ministry of Tourism. Hawa ndio wanatumia picha ya wanariadha kuhusa Kenya hii, lakini hawashiriki kusaidia hawa kufaulu katika riadha. They cannot be reaping from where they have not sown. In future, sisi tutapitisha kama county assemblies, wakiweka tu picha ya mtu anatoka kaunti yangu, lazima nilipe royalties. This is a natural resource. Ikifika kwangu, I can transfer to them. Vile tunafanya kwa Eldoret City Marathon, first prize is 3 million. Na ni serikali ya kaunti hii kidogo hii. Kwa hivyo hawa watu ya Ministry of Tourism, if they are going to continue using sports as a marketing tool, then they must also invest in our athletes. They must invest in the athletes, in training, in kitting them, so that they can also have a contribution. Ndio wakitumia kufanya marketing na international tourism na yale mambo mengine waweze kwenda mbele. Leo hii wangekuwa hapa. Tuko na watu wengi walikuwa wanataka kwenda hiyo Denmark, lakini hawajui tikiti inabukiwa wapi, hawajui wataenda kulala wapi. Ministry of Tourism should be able to come here and coordinate travel agents to facilitate our kwenda. And next time we bring an international event, you can imagine how many people will come from outside the country to Kenya for the first time. We can use sports to increase the number of tourists so that our numbers cannot keep getting stuck at 1.2 million tourists every year. Ministry of Tourism should partner with us and partner with Ministry of Sports so that we can increase the number of tourists coming to this country through sports tourism. Kwa haya machache, it's now my humble duty to welcome His Excellency the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto. Your Excellency.
Haya, asanteni sana. Rais wa Athletics Kenya General Tuwei, ndugu viongozi, magavana mlio hapa na wakimbiaji wote pamoja na watu wa Eldoret, hamjambo? Eldoret, hamjambo? Aha. Mimi kwanza nataka niseme pongezi kwa wanariadha ambao leo wamechaguliwa kwenda kuwa mabalozi wa taifa letu la Kenya kule Denmark katika mashindano ya World Cross Country Championships mwezi ujao. Kutoka kwetu kama wa Kenya tunawapatia baraka yetu, nyinyi tutawapatia bendera ya Kenya, na tunajua ya kwamba mkienda Denmark mutarudi na ushindi unaotoshana na taifa la Kenya. From all of us to the team that has been selected, congratulations, and we have a lot of expectation from the championships you are going to participate in Denmark. Nataka vile vile niseme kwa niaba ya serikali ya Kenya, vile Governor Mandago amesema, sisi tuliamua kama serikali kwa kutambua kwamba nchi ya Kenya is a great champion in sports, especially athletics. Na tuliamua ya kwamba lazima tutafute njia ya kusaidia mambo ya michezo, hasa mambo ya ukimbiaji katika taifa letu la Kenya. And that is why we made a decision as government that we are going to look for a reliable, beneficial fund that is going to support sports in Kenya. I want to tell you today, the government of Kenya has a reliable, beneficial fund for all our sportsmen and women. Na tukienda mbele, wale wachezaji wote, wanariadha na sports zingine, munaweza sasa kupitia kwa Wizara ya Sports kupata sponsorship, not as a federation only. The government will now sponsor beyond federations. They will sponsor teams and they will also sponsor individuals. Kuhakikisha kwamba wale watu wote wanahitaji usaidizi kwa mambo ya michezo, kuna pesa na kuna usaidizi wa serikali kupitia Wizara ya Sports kusaidia mambo ya michezo, ambayo inatuletea heshima kubwa katika taifa la Kenya, katika bara la Afrika na duniani kote. Ningependa vile vile kusema hivi, kupitia hiyo fund, Kipchoge Stadium hapa haijakuwa tayari. Kamarin Stadium haijakuwa tayari. Kule Nandi, Kipchoge Stadium ya Nandi haijakuwa tayari. But let me also give the commitment of the government of Kenya that through the sports fund that is now available, in the next 1 year, tutakuwa tumekamilisha uwanja wa michezo Kapsabet, uwanja wa michezo hapa Eldoret, Kamarin, and all the others in the Republic of Kenya. Tuhakikishe ya kwamba vijana wetu wako na nafasi ya kuendesha talents zao za kimichezo, za ukimbiaji, wakiwa na infrastructure ya kutosha kuhakikisha kwamba kazi hiyo inakwenda mbele. Ningependa kusema ya kwamba team ambayo tumeselect hapa, na I have witnessed that wale ambao hawakuja hapa Eldoret kuangalia michezo ama ukimbiaji huu, they have lost an opportunity. Kwa sababu wale ambao wameshinda sport hapa, hawa tu ndio watashinda kule Denmark. So wale ambao haingekuwa na haja mtu kulipa tikiti kwenda Denmark, ungepanda tu basi kuja hapa Eldoret, kwa sababu hii maneno inamalizikia tu hapa. Hawa ambao wameshinda hapa ndio wale watatangazwa hata na huko. Si ni namna hiyo? Kwa hivyo the next time we will make sure that we mobilize around the country so that we can support these young men and women in the talents they have in our sporting fraternity. Ningependa mwisho kukuambia Bwana General, team hii kabla haijaenda kule Kigari, wapitie Hustlers Mansion kule Nairobi, nikuje niwatengenezee breakfast. Si namna hiyo? Mpitie huko. Alafu nitapanga maneno kidogo. Si namna hiyo? Ndio ili waweze kwenda katika camp, na baadaye mimi najua ya kwamba Mheshimiwa Rais atakuja kuwapatia bendera ili muende muparticipate katika hiyo riadha ya cross country, na tunajua mtatuletea ushindi. Mwisho, nataka nipongeze jeshi letu la polisi, jeshi letu la Kenya Defence Forces, prisons, and all the other disciplined forces for what they are doing to our sportsmen and women. The facilities, the support you're giving to them is commendable. And I want to commend all our disciplined forces for the opportunity they have given to our sportsmen and women to develop their talents. And as government of Kenya, we will continue to support you. Ningependa tu kusema, kurudia vile Mheshimiwa Rais alisema, the directive given by His Excellency the President, that the next time we are recruiting the police, we will give 100 positions to our athletes. The next time we are recruiting the Kenya Defence Forces, 100 opportunities will be given to our athletes so that wao waweze kupata nafasi ya kuwa na facilities, because Kenya is a sporting nation. And through the support that we have seen in our disciplined forces, we can actually give opportunity to these young people to be able to develop their talents. Kwa hivyo, Bwana Boynet, uko hapa, na General Mwadete watahakikisha kwamba kazi hiyo inatembea namna hiyo, na pia wale wa prison na wale wengine. Kwa hivyo, mimi sitaki kusema kuzidi hapo. Mimi nataka niseme pongezi to this great team one more time, and we have a lot of faith that you will bring us the championship when you come from Denmark. Asanteni sana na mbarikiwe. Thank you very much. Tuko pamoja, sio? Tuliza boli bwana. Tuliza boli, mambo bado. Otinye ngalione. Rani kikimwa eng kalenjin kele yebo kimng'olia kobo. Ko yebo kesis kobunji anan ne. So mamache kelechi ngalek lakini ameche amwoiwo kalecho kimi pamoja. Amami ng'ala ribot emet yokas kele tuga cheketu muren komakitoroktoi. Itu mamache amwa kosiryo. Kongoi mising koberwa kamuktaindet.
Baada ya national anthem tafadhali. We have not finished the presentations and we have not announced the officials. Tafadhali, baada ya hiyo mubaki wachezaji mpaka tumalize hiyo ambayo imebaki, alafu tuendelee na mchezo. Now, see you. Yeah. Asanteni sana.
National anthem.
So there you've had it from the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, and it's all about the Sports, Culture and Social Development Fund. It's going to be used on the sporting side by federations. It's going to be used by sportsmen, individual sportsmen who are talented, they could do that. And it's also going to be used to complete the pending stadia. And also, something else, well, he said he's going to host the team of 30 that has been selected at his residence before they get into camp at St. Max Teachers College in Kigari, Embu. And what about this? The discipline forces, the National Police Service, the Prison Service, the Kenya Defense Forces will all be getting 100 places reserved for sportsmen and athletes. So that is what has been mentioned. And remember, the team has been named, and you will definitely get more about it on David Karanja has been here with us, and he has basically put together all the side stories from there. And on behalf of the team that put this together, I want to say thank you very much to them, and also you, the viewer. We want to say thank you for being with us. I am Daniel Wahome. Have a good evening. Keep it locked on KBC Channel 1. We're off back to Broadcasting House.